Tonight, we escape into the shadows for another edition of Steamy Stories After Dark, marked by midnight. If you find yourself captivated by my stories, share the secret with a friend. Please subscribe and click the bell to join our community. And if you'd like, leave a comment to share what time it is and what part of the world you're in as you listen. It is nice to see the reach this series is getting. And if you have ideas for future stories, please comment. Now it is time to settle in. The journey starts now. They call the midnight mark a myth, a ghost story. A rumor freshmen whisper in the back of the Arkenfall library to scare each other away from wandering once the sun slips below the iron gates. But I know better. In a place that smells like old paper, expensive cologne, and secrets that could ruin a family name, the myths are usually the only things that are real. My name is Elara. For 3 years I was the girl no one saw, the scholarship kid, the one in the shadows with her head down, the one who did whatever it took to cling to her one escape route out of a life spent serving the heirs of Arkenfall. The plan was simple. Graduate. Disappear. Never look back. But tonight, as the clock creeps toward midnight, I don't feel invisible. I feel hunted. And the worst part is, a small, pathetic part of me wants to be caught. Across the quad, the after dark ball is in full swing. I can feel it even from my tiny dorm room. The bus thrums through the stone like a second heartbeat. Laughter drifts up. Every so often a burst of music swells just enough for me to catch a lyric before it fades back into rain and distance. I wasn't invited. Not officially anyway. People like me don't get gold ink invitations slid under the door. We get tuition reminders and GPA warnings. I tell myself I don't care. I have my own rituals. A chipped mug of tea. Notes highlighted to the edge of sanity. The warm amber glow of my desk lamp soaking the pages. Outside, the rain draws silver lines down the window. It turns expensive cars and black umbrellas into blurred smudges of light. Safe. Invisible. Just how I like it. Except tonight, the quiet feels wrong. Too thin. Stretched tight, like something is pressing against it from the other side. My gaze drifts to the photo on my wall. It was taken during the first week of term, 3 years ago. The welcome ceremony on the central lawn. Students in crisp uniforms. The dean on the steps. And off to the side, him. Kade Valen. Even in the blur of the picture, he's obvious. Dark shirt, sleeves rolled up, tie already loosened, like rules are more of a suggestion than anything else. That first week, people whispered his last name in cafeteria lines. They traded rumors like currency. The Valens don't just donate wings to the academy. They own them. Old money. Old influence. Old power that doesn't always bother to stay legal. I haven't really met him. Not properly. But there have been moments. Passing him on the stairs and feeling his gaze skim over me like a question he's already answered. Sitting 2 rows behind him in applied sigils. Watching silver ink flow effortlessly from his pen, while mine scratches and sputters. And then there are the stories. That his mark burns hotter than anyone else's. That nobody he claims stays unprotected or untouched for long. I tell myself I don't care. That it doesn't matter what his voice sounds like up close. That it doesn't matter how his silver eyes would look if they focused on me instead of Arkenfall's glittering social ladder. I'm here to survive, not to be chosen. The clock on my wall ticks over to 11:47 p.m. I stretch, roll my shoulders, close my notebook. The ink swims a little on the page. I'm too restless to pretend I care about exam dates and rune variations. The rain picks up, tapping a quick and nervous rhythm against the glass. Outside, voices rise and fall in the quad. A burst of drunken singing. The distant flare of someone's enchanted laughter. Spell going off like a firework. I pull my cardigan tighter around me and move to the window. From up here, the after dark ball looks like another world. Golden lights hang from the courtyard trees and sway gently in the wind. Clusters of students in emerald, deep red, and ink black drift across the lawn like game pieces. At the center, under the largest tree, the marking circle glows with a soft silver light. Even from this distance, I can see the way couples step into it 2 by 2. The air shimmers around them for a heartbeat as their wrists brush, and the magic decides whether they're worthy of a bond. Some emerge laughing, unmarked. Others come out with their wrists glowing softly, cheeks flushed, eyes wide like they've just signed a contract with their own desire. I press my forehead lightly to the cool glass. "Not for you," I whisper. "You're not here for that." Behind me, my dorm room hums with familiar clutter. Books, blankets, the faint citrus of my cheap candle. Safe, predictable. I turn away from the window. I don't know it yet, but somewhere between the rain, the music, and the silver glow of the marking circle, my name is already being written. By the time I crawl into bed, the ball has blurred into background noise. The music has settled into a steady pulse, low and distant, like a heartbeat under the floorboards. The rain has softened to a gentle hiss. I lie on my side with the blanket pulled up to my chin, watching the sliver of light under my door. Someone laughs out in the hallway, high and breathless. Then a door clicks shut. The corridor goes quiet again. Safe. Contained. I let my eyes close. For a while there's nothing but my own breathing and the rain. My thoughts drift. Tuition deadlines, exam schedules. The way Valen leaned in the library doorway earlier this week. Sleeves pushed up. Tie gone. Like the whole academy exists just to give him somewhere interesting to be bored. I exhale, annoyed with myself. "Stop it," I mutter. "You're not his type. You're not anybody's type here." The clock ticks on the wall. 11:58 p.m. The first sign that something is wrong is the cold. It slips into the room without warning. A thin, sharp draft that makes the hairs on my arm stand up. My breath comes out in a faint, visible wisp. I frown and open my eyes. The window is closed. The heater in the corner still hums quietly. Nothing looks different. Then my left wrist starts to sting. At first it feels like a cramp from too much note-taking. A dull ache I could almost ignore. I flex my fingers and rub the heel of my palm over the inside of my wrist. The sting sharpens. Heat blooms under my skin, small and focused, like someone has pressed the tip of a lit match just beneath the surface. I hiss softly and sit up, pushing the blanket down. The room feels wrong now, too quiet. The music from the quad seems farther away, swallowed up by the rushing in my ears. I swing my legs over the side of the bed and lift my arm closer to my face. At first there's nothing, just pale skin, a faint indentation where my bracelet usually rests. Then Light. A thin thread of silver flickers beneath the surface, tracing a line along the inside of my wrist. It pulses once, twice, in time with my heartbeat. Then it begins to spread, curling into delicate, unfamiliar shapes. "No," I whisper. "No, no, no." Marks don't just appear. They require consent. Two people stepping into the circle together. Two willing wrists offered to the magic. That's the rule. The one rule everyone agrees on, no matter how rich or reckless they are. I haven't touched anyone tonight. I haven't even left my room. The heat intensifies, pushing a bead of sweat down the back of my neck. Silver lines flow faster now, weaving and crossing, forming something deliberate. A pattern? A symbol? Letters? My pulse hammers. The room feels smaller. The shadows feel deeper. The rain outside roars in my ears like an ocean. I stand on shaky legs and cross to the window, needing more light. The courtyard below swims into view through streaks of water, tiny figures, glittering fabric. The soft halo of the marking circle still glowing under the old tree. Another spike of pain lances through my wrist. I gasp and press my palm flat to the cold glass. The world narrows until all that exists is the burn beneath my skin and the silver glow bright enough to cast faint reflections on the window. Slowly, trembling, I turn my wrist so I can see it clearly. The lines have settled. Curves and sharp edges resolve into something devastatingly simple. A name. Valen. For a heartbeat, everything goes silent. No rain, no music, no ticking clock. Just that word, carved in light over my pulse. Like the universe has written it there and signed it in silver. My knees nearly buckle. Kade Valen, I breathe. His name tastes strange on my tongue. Too heavy for such a small room. Doesn't make sense. People lie to get near marks like his. They fight over rumors of his attention. They don't hide in tiny dorm rooms with secondhand blankets, chipped mugs, and overdue library books. This has to be a mistake, a magical glitch, a side effect of too many late nights and too much caffeine. The mark pulses, hot, insistent, as if offended by the thought. Heat shoots up my arm, spreads through my chest, and floods my body with a dizzy, weightless feeling. Like the moment a roller coaster drops and there's nothing underneath you. Images flash behind my eyes. The courtyard. The glowing circle. A tall figure in black under the old tree. Silver eyes half-lidded. Bored. While someone laughs too loudly at his side. A feeling. Low and terrifyingly intimate. Like the brush of a stranger's breath against the back of my neck. Mine. The word isn't mine, but I feel it as clearly as if someone has whispered it into my ear. I jerk back from the window, heart racing, clutching my wrist to my chest. This isn't happening, I say to the empty room. I didn't agree to this. I didn't step into any circle. You can't just... A soft knock sounds at my door. 3 slow, deliberate taps. The mark on my wrist flares white hot. Open up, scholarship girl. The voice on the other side of the wood is low and smooth. There's amusement threaded through it, but not much warmth. I freeze. I've heard that voice in lecture halls from the back row. In corridors, wrapped lazily around someone's name like a promise. Once, cutting through the quiet of the library to ask a professor a question no one else would have dared to phrase that way. "Kade," I whisper, even though there's no way he can hear me. Another knock. Same calm rhythm, like he has all the time in the world. "I'm not going away," he adds. "You might want to see this from my side before it burns through your skin." My brain screams at me to stay silent. Lock the door. Hide. Wait him out until he gets bored and drifts back to his glittering world. But the mark pulses again, sharp, insistent. It drags a soft sound from my throat. Before I can talk myself out of it, I cross the room and wrap my fingers around the doorknob. The metal is cold. I turn it and open the door. Kade Valen is leaning in the doorframe like he's been there his whole life. Up close, the details hit harder. Dark hair, falling just messy enough to look intentional. Black dress shirt, sleeves rolled to his forearms. Collar open to reveal a hint of warm skin and the edge of a silver chain. A small ring in his brow catches the hallway light when he tilts his head, and his eyes. They're worse than I remember. Silver, yes, but not flat or cold. Bright, sharp, alive as they sweep over me. His gaze drops to my wrist, still glowing faintly between us. "There it is," he says softly. "I was starting to wonder if you'd fainted." I swallow. My voice comes out thinner than I want. This has to be a mistake. One corner of his mouth curves. "Arkenfall circle doesn't make mistakes," he says. "People do. Circles don't." He lifts his own left hand. His wrist is bare. No glow, no delicate pattern. Just tanned skin. Veins faintly visible under the surface. Confusion must be all over my face because his smile deepens. "I didn't need the circle tonight," he says. "There are other ways to make a claim." He straightens and steps just inside my room without asking. He doesn't need to. The air seems to shift around him, annoyed it didn't move sooner. Up close, I can smell him. Clean and warm, edged with smoke and rain. I instinctively take a step back. He doesn't follow. Instead, he raises his hand between us, palm open. "May I?" he asks. It takes a second for me to understand. "My wrist?" I manage. His eyes flick up to mine. For the first time, I see something like patience there. "That mark is going to keep burning until it finishes settling," he says. "I can dull it, but only if you let me touch you." The word touch seems to vibrate in the small room. My skin already feels too tight. The mark throbs, sending sparks up my arm and across my chest. I can keep pretending this isn't happening, or I can find out what it means. I lift my arm slowly. His fingers close around my wrist. Warm, firm. The world narrows to that single point of contact. The burn flares bright, then softens. It's like his touch gives it somewhere to go. My knees weaken. I have to lock them to stay upright. "Better?" he murmurs. I nod, not trusting my voice. He turns my wrist gently, studying the silver letters as if they're a poem written just for him. Valen glows steadily. The light beats in time with my heart. He brushes his thumb once, lightly, over the edge of the mark. A shiver shoots through me. Hot. Electric. He feels it. I see the quick flash of satisfaction in his eyes before he hides it. "Why?" I manage. Why me? You have an entire ball full of people who'd kill for this. I didn't even go. That's exactly why, he says. He doesn't look away from my wrist as he speaks. Anyone can stand in a circle and hope the magic decides they're worth a pretty glow and a few weeks of attention. You, his gaze lifts to mine, stay out of the light. You do the work. You don't ask for anything. His thumb stills on my skin. People like that don't get what they deserve at Arkenfall unless someone cheats on their behalf. My breath catches. This is cheating, I whisper. Absolutely, he says. You can yell at me for it later. For now. He lets my wrist go slowly, his fingers trailing over my skin like a reluctant goodbye. I need you at the next after dark ball, he says, midnight under the old tree. Wear something you don't mind ruining. Heat climbs my neck. I never agreed to be part of this, I say. You can't just decide I belong to you because you're bored. Something flickers across his face. For a second, the lazy amusement drops. What's underneath is darker, sharper. Don't make the mistake of thinking I did this because I was bored, Elara. The way he says my name makes my stomach flip. He steps back into the doorway. One hand rests on the frame. You can pretend you don't care, he says. You can ignore the way your pulse jumps every time this burns with my name. You can even hate me for it if that makes it easier. His gaze drops once more to my wrist, then returns to my face. But you can't undo it. He smiles. Slow. Dangerous. Beautiful in a way that feels like a warning. Sleep, scholarship girl, he says. You'll need your strength. With that, he turns and walks down the hall, unhurried, like he's just finished a casual conversation instead of rearranging my entire life. I stand there until the sound of his footsteps fades. Then I close the door softly and lean my back against it. The room feels different now. Same four walls, same bed, same stack of notes on my desk. But nothing feels safe anymore, or maybe nothing feels small. I look down at my wrist. The glow has faded to a soft, steady shimmer, like moonlight caught beneath my skin. Without thinking, I raise it to my lips and press a kiss just below the letters. I freeze, horrified at myself. What are you doing? I whisper. There's no answer, just the quiet tick of the clock. 12:07 a.m. Outside, the rain has settled into a steady, soothing curtain, muffling the last echoes of music from the quad. I crawl back into bed and lie on my back, staring at the ceiling. Every time I close my eyes, I see his. Silver. Steady. Watching me like I'm the first interesting thing he's seen all night. My wrist pulses once. A soft, warm throb against my chest where I've tucked my hand. Maybe, if I try hard enough, I can pretend this is a strange dream. A stress-induced hallucination brought on by too much studying and not enough sleep. But somewhere, underneath the fear and confusion, something else curls quietly. Anticipation. I exhale slowly and let my eyes close, letting the sound of the rain pull me under. I don't know what will happen when midnight comes again. I only know one thing. For the first time since I arrived at Arkenfall, I'm not planning how to disappear. I'm waiting to see what happens if I stay. I don't dream that night. Not really. I drift in and out of the same memory, replaying it from different angles. trying to catch proof that it wasn't real. The knock on my door, the silver eyes in the dark, his hand closing around my wrist, the fire in my skin going soft like it knew him. By the time my alarm finally goes off, thin and tinny in the gray pre-dawn, I feel like I haven't slept at all. I lie there for a second, staring at the underside of the bunk above me. My roommate is still snoring softly. One arm is thrown over the edge of her mattress, fingers dangling in the air like she might catch a dream if it falls past. For a moment, I almost convinced myself it was all a stress hallucination. Exams. Too much caffeine. Not enough food. Arkenfall cracking me down the middle. I lift my arm. The mark is waiting for me. Valen in dark ink-black script curves along the inside of my wrist. It sits there like my skin grew around it on purpose. It's not burning now. The edges are a little tender, like a half-healed bruise. When I touch it lightly, heat flares under my fingertip, sharp enough to pull in a breath. Okay, I whisper into the cold morning light. Still here. Still his. The word slips through my mind before I can stop it. Mine, he'd said, like it was a fact older than either of us. I let my arm drop to my chest and close my eyes again. I could go to the administration office, show them, ask if there's some procedure for undoing a mark that wasn't made in the circle. There has to be something in the rules about this. There are binders full of regulations for every tiny thing at Arkenfall. Dress codes, curfew, how long you're allowed to loiter in the courtyard. Somewhere, there has to be a page for this. But when I picture myself standing at that high, polished counter, trying to explain that the owner of the academy broke some ancient magical protocol to put his name in my skin, my stomach twists. They'd either laugh or they'd believe me. I don't know which is worse. The alarm keeps chiming, insistent. I slap it off and sit up. The room is freezing, the radiator hissing weakly in protest. I swing my legs over the edge and shiver when my feet hit the cold floor. Class. If I don't move, life will. It always does. I tug on my uniform mechanically. White shirt, charcoal skirt, worn cardigan that used to belong to someone else's older sister. Then I stand in front of the crooked mirror nailed to the wardrobe and roll my sleeves down. The fabric slides over the mark. It reacts instantly. Heat blooms beneath the cuff, slow but unmistakable, like the touch of a palm from the inside out. I'm hiding you, I murmur to my own reflection. Get used to it. The glow dims. Through cotton and skin, it's barely visible, a subdued ember. My eyes look different today. Maybe it's the lack of sleep, the half moons of shadow beneath them. Or maybe it's the knowledge that somewhere, in the labyrinth of stone and glass that is Arkenfall Academy, there's a man with my name carved into his night, and his stamped into my flesh. I force my gaze away from the mirror, grab my bag, and slip quietly out of the dorm room before my roommate wakes up. I don't want to explain why my hands are shaking. By the time the sun drags itself over the jagged spires of Arkenfall, the campus is already awake. The central courtyard hums with voices and footsteps. Metal clinks as someone drops a coffee tumbler too hard against a stone bench. Students stream between buildings in perfectly pressed uniforms and expensive coats. Laughter echoes off old stone. I pull my thrift store jacket tighter and try to disappear into the flow. I'm good at this part. Head down. Notebooks hugged to my chest. Walk like you're going somewhere important, like you have a right to be here. The air tastes damp and metallic, like it might rain later. Somewhere, the tower bells toll the quarter hour. Under my sleeve, the mark stirs. Not a burn this time. More like a prickle, a sudden awareness of my own pulse. I stop at the edge of the courtyard, frowning. My heart isn't racing. I'm not late. Nothing is. Laughter breaks out behind me. I turn my head just enough to see a cluster of upper years lounging under one of the carved archways. They watch everyone drift past. Their blazers are embroidered with delicate silver thread around the cuffs and collars. Tiny sigils mark them as part of one of the old houses. Old blood. Old money? One of the girls, all sharp cheekbones and perfect eyeliner, lets her gaze sweep the courtyard. It snags on me. It's only for a second, but in that second she looks at me like she's seeing past the cheap jacket and the scholarship anonymity to something else. Something shining. Her eyes dip as if she can see straight through wool and skin to the black letters on my wrist. She leans toward the boy next to her and whispers. His gaze follows hers. They both go very still. The mark responds with a hot, pulsing flare that makes me catch my breath. I snap my eyes away and force my feet to move. One step, then another. Like the stone under my shoes might open up if I stay too long in one place. You're imagining it, I tell myself. People stare at you all the time. You're the scholarship girl? The one who works in the library and tutors in the basement and can't afford the meal plan that includes coffee. This is normal. But as I cross the courtyard, I feel eyes following me. Snatches of conversation break off when I pass. A pair of first years whisper behind their hands, their gazes flicking to my covered wrists. They can't know. They can't. The mark pulses once, slow and deliberate. Agreement or denial, I can't tell which. I keep walking. My first class is Advanced Arcane Theory in one of the older lecture halls. It has narrow seats and long sloping rows, like the whole room was built to funnel attention down onto the professor. I slip into a seat halfway up in the middle. Safest place to be invisible. Usually I can lose myself here. The math of magic is a distraction I understand. Symbols, correspondences, equations that bind the intangible world into something you can write on a board and test on an exam. Today, my focus frays at the edges. The professor drones on about the historical uses of the marking circle in pre-convergence rituals. My pen moves on autopilot, but the words might as well be in another language. Marking circle. I underline the term without meaning to. The circle, the professor is saying, was always meant to be a public covenant, witnessed, recorded, and bound not only by magic but by law. It is in theory impossible to alter or circumvent the terms once set. The mark under my sleeve throbs with quiet heat, as if in dissent. In theory, the professor repeats with a wry little smile. Of course there are stories, legends, whispers of bonds formed outside the sanctioned rites, private claims, dark pacts. The air in the room shifts. It's subtle. A tension in the oxygen. The way the tiny hairs on my arms stand on end. I breathe in, and the scent of old paper and chalk dust is cut through by something colder. Ozone. The faintest hint of winter smoke. The mark tightens. The heat sharpening into a burn. My pen stops moving. Don't, I beg silently, though I'm not sure if I'm talking to my skin or to whatever it's reacting to. Not here. Not in front of... I don't turn around. I don't have to. I feel him, like a change in pressure, like the way the sea knows when a storm is still miles away. The door at the back of the lecture hall closes with a soft, final click. The professor's words falter, then smooth themselves out again with practiced poise. Ah, Mr. Valen, how good of you to join us. Valen. The entire row in front of me stiffens almost imperceptibly. He walks down the aisle with unhurried steps, as if the class simply reshapes itself around his lateness. Each stride brings a fresh wave of heat crashing against the inside of my wrist, synchronized with my heartbeat, until I can't tell where one ends and the other begins. I keep my eyes on my notebook. One more step. Another. The mark is burning now, not unbearable, but bright and insistent, like a hand pressed over my pulse. He stops somewhere to my left. The professor clears his throat. As I was saying, the marking circle was designed to prevent unilateral claims. Until the reforms, both parties had to consent and be present. Otherwise, Kade Valen says. His voice is quiet, but it slides under the professor's and becomes the new center of gravity. You were left with a bond the law couldn't quite recognize, but the magic could never forget. The room goes silent. My bones remember that voice. Last night he spoke just as softly, not needing volume to make me feel cornered. Velvet, controlled cadence. A blade wrapped in silk. My fingers curl around my pen. Ink smudges along the edge of my notes. Is that correct, Professor? He adds mildly. A beat of tension. Then the professor chuckles, uneasy. Yes, well, that is one way some scholars have described it, Mr. Valen. Though in our official curriculum, we focus on the sanctioned applications. A few students laugh on cue. I don't. I can't. Every nerve ending in my wrist is on fire. The mark pulses in time with the awareness of him. He isn't touching me. I'm not even sure he's looking at me. And still my body knows. Please, take a seat, the professor says, relief bleeding into his tone. There's an empty spot 3 chairs down from me. I know it's there because I chose this row and that gap on purpose, leaving space so I wouldn't have to make eye contact with anyone. The seat creaks as someone sinks into it. Air moves. The burn in my wrist spikes, then settles into a deep, aching heat. Slowly, because I can't help it, I let my gaze flick sideways. Silver eyes, closer than in my dreams. He lounges in his chair like this is the front row of a show he commissioned. Dark uniform perfectly tailored. Tie loosened just enough to suggest he obeys the dress code out of amusement, not obligation. He doesn't look at the professor. He looks at my hand. My sleeve rides up a fraction when I move my fingers, just enough to hint at ink under skin. His mouth curves. I snap my gaze back to my notes as if they might save me. The professor resumes his lecture. Words about consent and covenants and historical precedent wash over the room. Under the desk, my hand curls into a fist. The mark responds. Heat pulses like a yes. I try to ignore him for the rest of class. I fail. Every time he shifts his weight, I feel it. When his pen taps once against his notebook, my mark flares. When he exhales a quiet, bored breath, the sound coils through the space between us and settles low in my spine. I don't look at him again. I don't have to. I feel watched without being touched, known without being seen. By the time the bell rings, my wrist feels raw. Students stand, chairs scrape, paper rustles. Conversation comes back to life. I pack my things quickly, like I might outrun the gravity well sitting 3 chairs away. My bag is over my shoulder and my hand is on the strap when a shadow falls across my desk. Miss. His voice is soft, pitched for me alone. Marrow. I freeze. He remembers my name. Of course he does. He put his on my skin. I look up. From this close, His eyes are even worse. Not just silver, pale gray threaded with darker shards, like cracked ice. They take me in without hurry. My face, the tension in my shoulders, the way I'm half turned toward the aisle like I'm already in motion. His gaze drops once to my covered wrist. Is it behaving? He asks, amusement ghosting around the edges of his words. I did tell you it would stop burning. It's fine, I manage. My voice comes out a little hoarse. Thank you. One dark brow lifts. You're thanking me. I'm thanking you for not marking me in the circle where everyone could see. The words tumble out clumsy and wrong. They hang between us like a confession. His smile is slow and small. It doesn't reach his eyes. Somehow it still makes the air feel thinner. You think this a mercy, he says. I swallow. Isn't it? His hand moves. Before I can flinch, his fingers brush my cuff. Just a fraction, as if he's adjusting an invisible thread. The mark erupts in warmth, liquid and dizzying. Not like a burn, like something else. Like having your name whispered against bare skin. I bite back a sound. His gaze sharpens, tracking every tiny reaction. You should be careful, he murmurs, with how you think about mercy. At the front of the room, the professor clears his throat loudly, reminding everyone he exists. Students are still filing out. Kade straightens, raking a hand through his dark hair. It's an easy, careless motion, like he's resetting the scene. Don't forget, he adds, almost casually. Midnight, the after dark ball, the old tree. My heart stutters. I haven't said I'm going, I blurt. No, he agrees. You haven't. He steps past me, the scent of cold air and something darker trailing after him. At the doorway, without looking back, he says, but the mark doesn't like being ignored. Then he's gone, swallowed by a tide of students who part for him without realizing they're doing it. I sit there long after the room empties. My pulse thuds against my wrist. His name glows faintly under my skin like an answer I don't remember asking for. The whispers get louder after that. At first I tell myself I'm imagining them, that the eyes following me down the hall and the conversations that cut off when I pass are just imposter syndrome, Arkenfall edition. But by lunchtime, lying to myself is pointless. 2 girls at the end of my table in the dining hall huddle over their phones, giggling. I swear it lit up, one whispers. I saw it at the circle last term. Kyle Wren's mark, full-on flash when she walked in. This one's different, though, the other murmurs. No ceremony, no announcement, just suddenly someone has ink and no one knows who put it there. Or how. You mean the scholarship girl? I freeze halfway through a bite of apple. My eyes stay on the table, on the scratches and initials carved into the wood. My hearing sharpens. Yeah, her. Elara, the first girl says. You've seen the way she moves lately? Like the halls are watching her? Maybe they are, the second girl replies in a mock ominous voice. Then lower. You think it's true? That he... Their voices drop too low for me to catch the rest. I set the apple down. My appetite is gone. It's not just them. In the breadline, a boy in house colors glances at my hands and then away too fast. In the library, 2 students at the next table keep shooting looks at my sleeve, as if waiting for it to light up. No one asks me directly. No one has to. Rumors at Arkenfall work like spells. Say them a few times in the right circles, and they build their own reality. Scholarship girl. Unregistered mark. Valen. By the time my afternoon break arrives, I feel like my skin is too tight. I retreat to the only place that has ever felt entirely mine: the archives. The main library is a cathedral of shelves and filtered sunlight. The archives below are another world. The air is colder. Dust motes drift in the dim light. There's a faint tang of iron from old bindings. Rows of glass-fronted cases stretch away like a maze. The moment the heavy door swings shut behind me, my shoulders drop. No open laughter. No gossip. Just the quiet, patient presence of things that don't care who you are, as long as you handle them gently. I flash my student worker badge at the sensor and slip behind the main desk. Instead of heading to the cart of returns, I veer left, deeper into the stacks. Arcane law, marking rituals, covenants, and contracts. The titles are a map of my panic. I pull out a volume at random. Its leather is cracked, the gold lettering almost worn away. On the binding of souls and names, my heart jumps. I carry it to a narrow table under a single reading lamp and open it. The pages smell like dust and secrets. I flip through until a phrase catches my eye. While the marking circle is now the predominant, regulated form of bonding, the text reads, "Older traditions persist in the shadows. These claims are often private, effected without witnesses, and rely less on the ritual circle than on direct contact, blood, skin, or breath." My fingers tighten on the page. In such cases, the law does not always recognize the bond, but the magic does. The mark, once manifested, is not easily severed, as it is born of will rather than ceremony. Two souls, one choosing, the other chosen, sealed by intent rather than consent. I read the line again. Two souls, one choosing, the other chosen. But that's not, I whisper. My voice catches. I didn't choose. Did I? Last night, I opened the door. I didn't slam it. I didn't scream. I didn't pull my wrist away when he touched it and the burn eased under his fingers. I stood there and let it happen. The thought makes my stomach pitch. I turn the page. There are sketches of marks. At wrists at the base of the throat, over the heart. Dark script at places where the skin is thinnest. Midway down the next page, a passage hooks me. Those who are claimed in this manner report heightened sensitivity whenever the claimant is near. Heat, pressure, a sense of being watched even across a crowded room. Proximity often triggers an instinctive response from the mark, as if aware of its origin. I close my eyes. Heat in the lecture hall. Silver eyes on my hand. I don't need the book to tell me what my body already knows. The mark is his. It reacts to him like metal to a magnet. "What are you doing here, little librarian?" The voice drifts over my shoulder like a shadow. I jump. The book jerks under my hands. I didn't hear the door. I didn't hear footsteps, but the mark does. It wakes up under my skin, from prickle to a steady thrum that spreads up my arm and into my chest. Slowly, I look up. Kade Valen leans against the end of the shelf opposite my table, arms folded loosely, watching me with open curiosity. His blazer is gone. The white of his shirt glows faintly in the dim light. His collar is open, his throat bare. He looks wildly out of place down here, a storm cloud in a museum. "I work here," I say, a little too fast. "Remember?" His gaze flicks to the badge on my sweater, then back to my face. "I remember," he says. "You stamped my late fees into oblivion last term. Very noble of you." "You had late fees?" I ask. Everyone breaks rules they wrote, Elara. The way he says my name, soft, deliberate, sends a shiver down my spine. I close the book slowly, pressing my palm over the text. I'm on break, I lie. I was just reading. On the binding of souls and names, he recites, tilting his head to read the cover. Light reading. It was on the shelf, I say weakly. Everything here is on the shelf. You chose that one. He's right. I hate that he's right. I hate that part of me wants a name for what he did. I chose it for class, I say. Arcane theory. We're studying the circle, and I thought. He laughs quietly. It's not cruel. Not exactly. But it still pins me in place. You're a terrible liar, he observes. The mark pulses, hot and agreeing. I tug my cuff down as if that could stop him from seeing. His eyes follow the movement. Does it hurt? He asks. No, I answer too fast. His gaze lifts to mine. I make myself hold it. After a moment, he walks closer. Each unhurried step thickens the air with the same electric charge I felt in the lecture hall. He stops on the other side of the table. The lamp casts a small circle of light between us, over the book in my hands. May I? He asks. The question startles me. May you what? His eyes flick down toward my wrist, then back up again. You know. My heart bangs once against my ribs. Last night he touched me without asking, as if my consent was a formality. Now, in the quiet of the archives, he stands very still. His hands hang loosely at his sides. Only his gaze moves, tracing the line of my covered mark. I should say no. I should walk out. Report him. Run. Just for a moment, I hear myself say. His lashes lower in acknowledgement. He reaches out. This time, I brace for the heat. His fingers ghost over my cuff, then press lightly, directly above the letters of his name. The mark flares. My breath catches. It doesn't hurt. It feels like someone turned up the volume on my nerves. Every inch of skin under his touch is overwhelmingly alive, bright, raw, and hungry in a way that scares me. I close my eyes for a heartbeat. Better? He murmurs. I should lie. I should tell him it doesn't matter, that I barely notice, that this is nothing and he is nothing. It's worse, I whisper. Silence. It stretches out between us. I can feel the shape of his smile in it. When I touch it, he asks. When you're near. The words slip out before I can stop them. Fragile. Reckless. I open my eyes. He watches me like I'm the first interesting thing that's happened to him in a long time. Good, he says quietly. My heart stumbles. Good? If distance dulled it, he says, drawing his hand back. I'd have to keep you close to make sure you didn't forget. I'm trying to forget, I blurt. I'm trying to go to class. Do my job. Pretend this is some fever dream that will wear off if I ignore it long enough. How's that working out? He asks. His gaze dips to the open book. I follow it. 2 souls, one choosing, the other chosen. Not great. This isn't a fever dream, Elara, he says. His voice softens slightly. Ignoring it won't make it disappear. That's not how these things work. You broke the rules, I say, clinging to the anger because it's easier than everything else. The circle, the laws. My professor said unilateral marks aren't recognized by the council, he finishes. By administrators and professors and everyone else who thinks ink on parchment is what makes power real. Light catches in his eyes as he leans in a little. But the old magic doesn't care about their regulations. It never has. So that's it? I ask. You just, decided? And now I'm... The word jams in my throat. His. Marked. Owned. He studies me for a moment, then straightens. There are 3 days until the after dark ball, he says instead. Midnight, under the old tree. Wear something you don't mind ruining. You already said that, I snap, my voice hitches. Sometimes people need to hear things more than once before they accept them, he says calmly. I haven't said I'm coming. His smile turns sharp with confidence. You will. Don't. My voice cracks. Don't talk like you know me. I know enough, he says. You're in the archives reading about forbidden bonds on your break. You're not in the administration office filing a complaint. You're not running. You're trying to understand instead of undo. Heat rises in my cheeks. That doesn't mean... It means, he cuts in gently, that some part of you is curious about what this is, about what you can be with it. His gaze moves over my face. Who you are when you stop planning how to disappear. The words slide past my defenses and sink deep. I hate how true they feel. You think putting your name on me means you get to decide who I am? I whisper. No, he says at once. The answer is quick enough to surprise me. No, he repeats softer. That was always your choice. The mark doesn't make you mine. It just makes it harder to pretend you were ever free of me. My breath stutters. That's supposed to make me feel better? It's not supposed to make you feel anything, he says. It's just the truth. He steps back. The pressure in the air eases. 3 days, he reminds me. If you don't come, the mark will complain. Complain, I echo. You felt it in the lecture hall, he says. That was only a taste. The more you fight it, the louder it gets. His gaze drops to my wrist one last time. And if you do come, his eyes lift to mine, then we can have a different kind of conversation. My heart hammers. What kind? I ask, even though I'm not sure I want to hear the answer. He smiles, slow and dark. The kind you can't have in a classroom or a library. He turns and walks away before I can decide if I'm more furious, terrified, or something else entirely. The door closes behind him with a soft thunk. Silence rushes back in. I sit there staring at the empty space where he stood. My wrist throbs under my sleeve like a heartbeat out of sync with my own. For the next 2 days, the mark never lets me forget it's there. In class, it warms when someone says his name. In the cafeteria, it prickles when I walk past the table where he sometimes sits, even if the chair is empty. At night, lying in my narrow bed, I feel it pulse in the dark, matching the distant tolling of the tower bells. Midnight feels closer every time I close my eyes. Posters for the After Dark Ball appear everywhere. On bulletin boards. On doors. Projected in shimmery letters across the main stairwell. After dark. A midwinter masquerade. Music. Dancing. Masks. All the things that belong to people who don't count every dining hall credit. People who don't worry their scholarship will evaporate if they're seen with the wrong person. The wrong person? Or the only person whose name my skin knows in ink. I tell myself I'm not going. Every time I see a poster, I walk faster. When classmates gossip about who they're going with, I bury myself in notes. When my mark flares for no reason, I tell it, firmly, that I don't have a dress. I don't have shoes. I don't have time. On the second evening, a small, unmarked envelope appears on my bunk. No name, no seal, just thin ivory paper, folded with precise care. My roommate is out. The room is quiet, heavy with the smell of her vanilla body spray and my cheap laundry detergent. I sit on the edge of the mattress and turn the envelope over. The mark hums, low and expectant. Of course, I mutter. Of course you're involved. I break the seal with my thumb. Inside is a single card. One side carries the ball's crest in dark ink, a stylized mask tangled with thorns and stars. On the other side, written in that same familiar elegant script as the mark on my wrist, are 4 words. Don't make me come. My heart lurches. That's not an invitation, I tell the empty room. That's a threat. The mark pulses once. I still can't tell if that means agreement. I set the card on my pillow and stand too quickly. In the wardrobe mirror, my reflection looks cornered. Eyes too bright, cheeks flushed, mouth pressed into a line that wants to be resolved and doesn't quite make it. I'm not going, I tell her. She doesn't look convinced. The day of the ball dawns gray and wet. Rain drums against the dorm window, steady and relentless, turning stone paths into dark, gleaming rivers. Students buzz with a different energy, nervous, excited. Conversations shift from exams to outfits, hair, and mysterious dates. Even some professors seem lighter. They let class out early and pretend not to notice the way everyone checks their phones for messages decorated with little moons and masks. I move through it all like a ghost. By late afternoon, the mark has settled into a low, constant ache. It feels like it's holding its breath. My last tutoring session runs long. The first year I'm helping with conjuration is sweet and eager, but hopeless with sigils. I try to focus on her questions and not the mark gnawing under my skin. Halfway through explaining the difference between a summoning seal and an anchoring one, the tower bell rings 5 times. 5 o'clock. 7 hours until midnight. The mark surges hot enough to make me flinch. Are you okay? My student asks. I'm fine, I say tightly. Just a long day? Let's do that last problem one more time. By the time I finally make it back to my dorm, the sky is black. The hallway hums with hairdryers, laughter, and music leaking under doors. Someone down the hall is blasting a playlist full of heavy bass and dark pulsing beats. My roommate is already gone when I push open our door. There's a note taped to my bunk. L went early to help set up. You sure you don't want to come? It's supposed to be insane this year. Text me if you change your mind. C. I stare at the exclamation point after insane until it blurs. The mark is a steady, insistent throb. It feels like someone knocking from inside my wrist. I said no, I whisper to it. I can't show up to a ball hosted by the man who did this, wearing the same cardigan I wear to the archives. Doesn't answer, it just burns. I could stay, I could climb into bed, pull the blanket over my head, and let the night happen without me. Let the music, the laughter, and the secrets swirl above, safely out of reach. Pretend the heat in my arm is just a fever. Pretend the envelope, the card, the lecture hall, the archives, him, are all pieces of a story I can shelve and forget if I try hard enough. Or I could go, just to see, just to prove that stepping into his world doesn't mean I'll be swallowed by it. Just to find out what happens when, for once in my life, I don't run. His voice echoes in my memory, that night in my room. The terrifying realization that, for once, I wasn't planning how to disappear. I was waiting to see what happened if I stayed. My chest tightens. I hate you, I say to the air. I don't specify who I mean. Him, myself, the mark. It's probably all three. My feet move before my brain catches up. I drag my old suitcase out from under the bed. It's the same one I brought from home, packed with 3 sets of clothes and a handful of books. Buried under a sweater I never wear is a dress. I bought it on clearance the summer before Arkenfall. Tip money from the coffee shop. A thin hope that maybe, someday, I'd have somewhere to wear it. It's simple, black. The hem is a little frayed from too many fitting room mirrors. I hold it up in front of the mirror. He'd said, "Wear something you don't mind ruining. The dress isn't special. Not like the gowns I know are flowing toward the great hall right now. It isn't expensive. It doesn't shimmer. But when I picture it ruined, torn, stained, changed by this night into something that can't go back into hiding, it feels right, like a choice." I pull my sweater off. The room is cold. Goosebumps rise along my arms. The mark glows dark and sharp in the dim light. Valen. I trace the V with my fingertip. The motion is half reproach, half something else. "You don't get to decide what I am," I tell it quietly, "or what this means." Heat flares under my touch, then settles. I slip the dress on. The fabric slides over my skin with a soft sigh, settling around me like spilled ink. It's not perfect. The waist is a little loose. The neckline is higher than anything on the posters downstairs. But the girl in the mirror doesn't look like she's playing dress up. She looks like someone who chose to walk into the lion's den in a $20 dress, and her own stubbornness. My hair refuses to do anything fancy. I twist it up anyway and pin it until it mostly stays. A few strands fall loose around my face. I borrow a swipe of dark berry lipstick from my roommate's side of the dresser. It makes my mouth look like it has opinions. Finally, I roll my left sleeve up. For the first time since that night, I let the mark show. It sits on my wrist like a secret spoken out loud. The letters look darker against my pale skin. The edges are clean and sharp. Not a mistake. Not an accident. An assertion. My heart hammers so hard I feel it in my throat. Rain taps against the window, softer now. The music from the hall seeps through the walls in a dull throb. Somewhere underneath it, I hear the tower bell. 11 chimes. 1 hour. The mark pulses with each toll. I take a breath, then another. I grab the small clutch my roommate left out, just in case, and shove my student ID and a crumpled tissue inside. I have no idea what you're supposed to bring to a ball. I'm halfway to the door when I stop. A feeling rolls over me, a pressure. The air goes still and charged, like the moment before a storm breaks. The mark flares so suddenly I gasp. Heat shoots up my arm and into my chest. Before I can make sense of it, someone knocks. 3 quiet, deliberate taps. My hand freezes on the doorknob. For a heartbeat, the whole world narrows to the strip of wood in front of me and the name burning on my skin. Then, through that thin barrier, his voice. Low, velvet, unmistakable. "Elara," Kade Valen says. He sounds like he already knows what I chose. Open the door. I didn't have a mirror. Not the kind that told the truth, anyway. The dorm bathroom mirror was clouded at the edges, dotted with old toothpaste freckles. It always made my eyes look tired, like the world had been drinking from me all semester and left me dry. But tonight, Kade Valen had sent a dress, and with it, a mirror. a full-length gilded thing that didn't belong on campus. It didn't belong in my room. It was leaning against my wall like it had always been there, like my life had always been arranged for this moment. The box sat on my bed, black and severe. No logo, no card. Just my name, written in ink so crisp it looked like it had been pressed into the paper. Elara. Only that. No miss. No scholarship girl. No charity case. No polite distance. Just my name. I stood there for a long second with my fingers wrapped around the lid, breathing shallow. I was afraid the air would taste like him if I inhaled too deeply. The mark on my wrist was warm, not burning, not yet, just awake, as if it knew what I was about to do, as if it had been waiting. Don't, I whispered to myself, but my hands didn't listen. I lifted the lid. Black silk, midnight satin, a dress that looked like it had been poured out of shadow and stitched together with secrets. The fabric caught the lamplight with a soft, dangerous sheen, like a blade you didn't see until it was too late. I touched it with 2 fingers. It was wrong. Wrong to be in my room. Wrong to be for me. It was ruinously expensive, and it was revealing in a way that didn't feel accidental. A neckline that dipped like a confession. A back cut low enough that it felt like an invitation. And the sleeves, long, fitted, ending at my wrists like the dress knew exactly where my skin needed to be seen, where the mark lived. My throat tightened. Kade had picked this. Kade had imagined me in it. Kade had decided. I swallowed hard and forced myself to look away from the dress. I forced myself to look at the other thing in the box. A small velvet pouch. Inside was a bracelet. Thin, silver, simple. Too simple for him. Except when I turned it over, I saw the inner curve engraved with tiny letters, so delicate I almost missed them. Wear it. 2 words, no signature. But I could hear his voice in my head, like he was standing behind me, close enough that his breath would stir the hair at my ear. Wear it. My pulse stuttered. The mark warmed another degree, like a living thing pressing closer to the surface of my skin. I should have thrown the dress back in the box. I should have locked my door. I should have texted Rowan or Leela or literally anyone who wasn't wrapped up in Valen money and Valen rules. But I didn't, because I had already learned the truth. I kept trying to pretend wasn't true. It wasn't about whether I went. It was about whether I obeyed. And some sick, traitorous part of me wanted to know what would happen if I did. I undressed slowly, like I was peeling off the version of myself that still believed I could stay invisible at Arkenfall. The dress slid over my skin like cold water at first. Then it warmed instantly, adapting to me, clinging in a way that felt almost possessive. The fabric hugged my waist, my hips, my ribs. The neckline left just enough exposed to make my breath catch when I looked. And when I turned to the mirror, I didn't recognize her. The girl staring back looked like she belonged in someone else's life, someone else's story, someone with a family crest and an inheritance, and a name people whispered with respect. My hair fell in dark waves over one shoulder. My mouth looked softer. My eyes looked brighter, like the dress had painted me into something dangerous. And my wrist. The mark glowed faintly under the sleeve's edge. Not enough to be obvious. Enough to be noticed if someone looked. Enough for him. I slipped on the bracelet. The moment the silver touched my skin, the mark responded. Heat bloomed beneath it, a pulse that traveled up my arm and into my chest like a warning, or a tether. I sucked in a breath and held it, staring at my reflection like she might answer me. "What are you doing?" I whispered. The girl in the mirror didn't speak, but her eyes looked like they knew, like they'd been waiting. The After Dark ball wasn't advertised, not officially, no posters, no student emails, no faculty announcements, but everyone knew. Arkenfall didn't need invitations for its rituals. It ran on rumors and inheritance, and the silent understanding that some things were for the elite, and some things were for the rest of us to pretend we didn't see. I walked across campus with my coat wrapped tight, the dress hidden beneath it like contraband. The night air was sharp, biting at my cheeks. Fog curled low along the paths like the campus was exhaling. I kept my head down. Still, I felt eyes. Even outside, even in the dark, Arkenfall watched. The ball was being held in the old courtyard, the one surrounded by stone arches and ivy-wrapped towers, the one the freshmen called Storybook, and the seniors called Territory. Warm string lights hung overhead, casting gold against the wet cobblestones. Music drifted out in low, elegant waves, something classical remixed with something modern, a heartbeat beneath the violins. Masked servers moved through the crowd with trays of champagne. Everyone looked expensive. Everyone looked like they belonged. And then there was me. I stepped through the archway, and for a moment it felt like the air changed. Like the courtyard registered my presence and decided what to do with it. The mark warmed. Not a burn, a pulse, like it was searching. I forced my shoulders back and walked in. Conversations continued. Laughter rose and fell. But I felt it. The shift, the tiny tilt of attention, like a room full of predators smelling blood. People turned, people looked, and I realized something with a sick twist in my stomach. Kade hadn't just sent me a dress. He'd sent me into a spotlight. Across the courtyard, near the center, was Kade Valen. He wasn't wearing a mask. Of course he wasn't. He didn't need one. He stood in black, tailored so perfectly it looked like the suit had been built around him. His hair was slightly tousled, like he'd run a hand through it and decided he didn't care what anyone thought. People orbited him. Beautiful people. Rich people. People who smiled too brightly and leaned too close. He didn't smile back. His gaze moved across faces like he was counting debts. And then his eyes found me. For a single, suspended second, the world narrowed. The music dulled. The lights blurred. The mark on my wrist flared like someone had struck a match under my skin. Kade's gaze didn't soften. It didn't welcome. It claimed. My breath caught. And then he looked away, just like that. As if I wasn't standing there in his dress, wearing his bracelet with his name carved into my fate. As if he hadn't seen me at all. Heat crawled up my throat. a ridiculous sting behind my eyes. I told myself I didn't care. I told myself I was relieved. But the mark pulsed again, angry and restless, like it didn't believe my lies. I moved toward the edge of the courtyard, trying to find somewhere I could exist without being swallowed. I didn't make it far. A hand brushed my elbow, not gentle, not respectful. I turned and found a boy, no, a man, leaning too close, his smile sharp with entitlement. I recognized him. Nash Heroic. Old money. Arkenfall royalty by way of bloodline and cruelty. He had the kind of face that belonged on magazine covers and wanted nothing but to ruin whatever it looked at. His eyes slid over me, over the dress, the exposed skin, the bracelet. His smile widened. "Well," he drawled, voice smooth as spilled wine. "Look what the scholarship office dragged in." My stomach tightened. "I'm not," I started. He cut me off with a little laugh, as if my voice was adorable. "Don't worry," he murmured. "We all love a charity case. Makes us feel generous." I stepped back. He stepped forward. The crowd around us didn't react. They were close enough to hear, close enough to see, but they didn't intervene. They never did. 'Cause this was Arkenfall, and Nash Heroic didn't get told no. His gaze flicked to my wrist. "What's that?" he asked, too curious. I pulled my sleeve down instinctively. His hand shot out, fast, and caught my wrist. The bracelet flashed silver. The mark flared heat. My breath hitched. "Let go," I said, and hated how thin my voice sounded. Nash's grip tightened, and his smile turned mean. "Oh," he murmured, "it's real. I thought it was just a rumor. Valen's little pet." The word hit me like a slap. My vision tunneled. My pulse hammered. And then the air changed. Not a shift this time. A drop. Like the temperature plummeted in one violent second. Nash's fingers went slack. Because Kade Valen had appeared. I didn't even see him cross the courtyard. One moment he was there among the crowd. The next he was beside me, close enough that his presence swallowed the space. His hand was around Nash's wrist. Not squeezing, not yanking, just holding. And somehow, that was worse. Kade's voice was quiet. "So," he said, calm as a knife sliding free, "you're touching what's mine?" Nash laughed, but it came out strained. "Valen," he said, attempting casual. "Relax, I was just—" Kade's gaze didn't move. "Just what?" he asked softly. Nash swallowed. Kade leaned in slightly, his mouth near Nash's ear. Though I couldn't hear the words, I saw the effect. Nash paled. His smile vanished. His eyes darted. Kade released him. Nash stumbled back as if he'd been pushed, though Kade hadn't moved an inch. And then Kade looked at me, not at my dress, not at the bracelet, at my face. His eyes were dark, unreadable, but there was something in them that made my knees feel weak. "Come," he said. Just that. No, please. No explanation. My body moved before my brain caught up. Kade's hand settled at my lower back, barely touching, Not enough for anyone else to call it inappropriate. Enough for me to feel every nerve light up. The mark burned. We moved through the courtyard like water, parting around stone. People stepped aside. People watched. People whispered. Kade didn't look at them. He guided me toward the garden archway at the far end, where ivy climbed the stone and the fog grew thicker. The music faded behind us. The lights dimmed. The world narrowed until there was only the path, the mist, and the steady pressure of his hand on my back. My heart was trying to claw its way out of my chest. I didn't know what I wanted. I only knew what I felt. And what I felt was him. He stopped beneath the old tree, the one students whispered about, the one with roots that looked like veins and branches that reached like fingers into the night sky. The air here was colder, thicker, charged. The mark on my wrist pulsed so hard it felt like it might split my skin. Kade turned to face me. Up close, he was worse. Not in a bad way. In a way that made me forget how to breathe. His jaw was set. His gaze flicked over my face like he was making sure I was real. "You wore it," he said. I swallowed. "You told me to." His mouth curved, barely, not a smile, something darker. "And you obeyed," he murmured. Heat flushed through me. I started, but the words tangled. Because what could I say? That I'd come because I was afraid? That I'd come because I was curious? That I'd come because the mark wanted him the way lungs wanted air? Kade's hand lifted slowly. He didn't touch me. Not yet. He hovered his fingers near my wrist, close enough that the heat from his skin made mine prickle. The mark responded instantly, glow brightening, heat surging. My breath shuddered out. Kade's eyes tracked the reaction with a quiet, satisfied intensity. "Does it hurt?" he asked, voice low. "Yes," I whispered. His gaze lifted to mine. "And yet," he said softly, "you're still here." I hated him for that. I hated him for being right. Kade's thumb brushed the inside of my wrist. Just once. A single, deliberate stroke over the mark. The sensation hit me like lightning, heat and cold, and something that felt like falling. I gasped, fingers curling against my coat. Kade's hand tightened around my wrist. Not painful, just firm. Holding, anchoring. The mark flared bright violet under his touch, pattern shifting like ink in water. My knees softened. "Kade," I breathed, and hated that his name sounded like a plea on my tongue. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to something that felt like it belonged in a dark room, not under an open sky. "Say my name again," he murmured. I should have said no. I should have pushed him away. But the mark pulsed, demanding, and my body betrayed me. "Kade," I whispered again. His breath hitched. For a moment something raw flashed across his face, something almost like hunger. Then he stepped in, close. So close the front of my coat brushed his suit. His free hand lifted, fingers sliding up my neck. Not gripping, just resting there, like he was memorizing the shape of my pulse. "Do you know what you are?" he asked softly. I shook my head, barely able to think. His thumb traced my jawline. "You're a lock," he said, "and you don't even know what door you're on." My breath trembled. What are you talking about?" Kade's gaze flicked toward the courtyard, as if he could still feel eyes on us even through the fog. Then back to me. "The mark," he said quietly, "was never meant to be romantic." The words landed wrong. My stomach tightened. Kade's fingers pressed gently into the skin at my throat, just enough to make me aware of how close he was. "It was a trap," he murmured. My heart lurched. "A trap for who?" I whispered. His eyes darkened. "For me," he said. The fog drifted between us like a veil. The mark pulsed, harder now, almost frantic. Kade's jaw clenched like he was fighting something. "You don't understand what you've been pulled into, Elara," he said, voice rougher. "There are people at Arkenfall who've been waiting years for this. For you." My blood went cold. "For me?" I echoed. "I'm nobody." Kade's mouth twisted like he was about to laugh, but the sound never came. "That's, what they want you to believe," he said. His hand slid down from my throat to my wrist again, thumb brushing the mark. The heat surged, violent this time, a pulse that traveled through my entire body. I bit down on a sound. Kade watched me closely. "They used you?" he said quietly. "They marked you to reach me." My throat tightened. "Why?" I managed. Kade leaned in until his mouth was near my ear, his voice a dark whisper that made my skin pebble. "Because you're the only one who can undo what they did," he said. "The only one who can save me." A pause. A breath. "And," he added softer, "the only one who can destroy me." The words sat between us like a blade. I stared at him, trembling. The courtyard music felt 1,000 miles away. The world felt unreal. Kade's gaze searched my face as if he was looking for something. Fear, maybe. Or defiance. Or the moment I decided what to be. Then slowly, his hand released my wrist. The mark cooled slightly, like it was angry at the distance. Kade stepped back. Just one step. But it felt like the air changed again, like he'd withdrawn something essential. "You should leave," he said. My breath caught. "What?" I whispered. His jaw clenched. "Now," he said, voice low and sharp. "Before they see you with me. Before they decide you're useful in other ways." My heart hammered. Kade turned slightly, gaze scanning the fog as if he was already calculating threats. Then he looked back at me one last time. His eyes were dark, possessed by something I couldn't name. "If you hear my name tonight," he murmured, "run." And then he disappeared into the mist, moving like he belonged to the shadows. I stood beneath the old tree, alone, my wrist burning with a mark that suddenly felt like a countdown. The fog curled around my ankles. The string lights in the distance shimmered like stars. And somewhere behind me, the music swelled again, sweet and elegant, like nothing had changed, but everything had. 'Cause now I knew the truth. Run. Kade Valen wasn't the danger I'd been afraid of. He was the warning, and the real trap was already closing. That was the last thing he said before the mist swallowed him whole, before the shadows of Arkenfall seemed to reach out and claim the space where he had just been standing. If you hear my name tonight, run. I'm standing under the old tree, the one with roots like veins and branches that claw at the moonlight, and my skin feels like it's vibrating. The mark on my wrist isn't just warm anymore, it's humming, a low, steady thrum that matches the frantic pulse in my throat. It feels like a small, trapped animal beneath my skin, calling out to the man who just disappeared into the gray. A trap. He said I was a trap, that someone marked me just to get to him. I stood there for a long time, the silence of the garden pressing in on me. I thought I was just a scholarship girl who got unlucky. I thought I was a victim of a stray magical surge, a glitch in the Academy's ancient system. But Kade looked at me like I was a loaded gun pointed at his chest. Like I was the one thing in this world capable of bringing him to his knees. And the worst part is how much I wanted him to keep holding the barrel. I look back toward the courtyard. The golden string lights look blurry through the fog, like dying stars fading out in a cold sky. I can't stay here. If Kade is afraid, if a Valen is actually worried, then I'm in more danger than I ever imagined. Every second I stand here, I feel the weight of the eyes I can't see. Arkenfall is a place of predators, and I've just been told I'm the bait. I wrap my coat tighter around the velvet dress. The silk feels like a second skin now. Heavy, cold, and far too revealing for the secrets I'm carrying. I start to walk, my heels clicking too loudly on the wet stone path. Every shadow looks like a person. Every rustle of ivy against the stone sounds like a footstep following me. I don't go back to the ball. I can't face Nash Harrowick and his sharp entitled smile. I can't face the whispers of the elite who look at me like I'm a curiosity to be dissected. I take the long way through the cloisters. It's a graveyard of stone pillars and silent weeping statues, the kind of place where sound travels for miles and secrets go to die. I hear it. A voice. Not Kade's. It's low, urgent, coming from the deep shadows of the library archives. The surge was confirmed, the voice says. The girl was at the tree with him. The timing was perfect. My heart stops. I press my back against a cold stone pillar, my breath hitching in my chest. The stone is freezing, biting through the thin fabric of my dress. But I don't move. I can't. And Valen? Another voice asks. This one is older, sharper. It sounds like dry parchment rubbing together. Did he trigger the secondary seal? Did he take the bait? He touched her, the first voice says, and I can hear the smirk in his tone. I can almost see the way his eyes would be gleaming in the dark. The mark flared violet. It's active. He's tethered now. He won't be able to move against us without feeling her pain. Every strike he makes against the council will ripple back through her. He's shackled. Tethered. The word feels like a physical weight dropping into my stomach. They didn't mark me to hurt me. They marked me to shackle him. Every time he touches me, every time he protects me, he's walking deeper into their cage. He's a king being brought down by a girl who has nothing. I have to tell him. I have to find him before... Who's there? The voices stop abruptly. The silence that follows is terrifying. It's the kind of silence that precedes a strike. I don't think. I don't breathe. I just run. My lungs burn. The cold night air feels like needles in my chest, tearing at my throat with every gasp. I'm not running toward my dorm. I'm not running toward the safety of my locked door. I'm running toward the only place that feels like a sanctuary, even though it's the most dangerous place on campus. The North Tower, Kade's territory. I burst through the heavy oak doors of the West Wing, my heels skidding on the polished marble. The hallway is empty, lit only by flickering candles that smell like expensive wax and old dusty secrets. My shadow dances wildly against the walls, a frantic ghost trying to keep up with me. I reach the spiral staircase. My legs are shaking so hard I nearly stumble. The mark on my wrist is white hot now, a searing line of fire that tells me he's close. It's pulling me. It's a compass made of heat and ink. I reach the top landing. His door is black iron, cold, imposing, and shut tight against the world. I don't knock. I can't. My hands are trembling too much to even form a fist. I lean my forehead against the cold wood, closing my eyes. Kade, I whisper. The door swings open before I can even draw another breath. The room is dark, lit only by the dying orange embers in the fireplace. Kade is there. He stripped off his jacket. His white shirt is unbuttoned at the collar, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing the tension in his forearms. He looks raw, like the polished, untouchable mask he wears at the ball has been ripped away, leaving something much more dangerous underneath. He doesn't say a word. He just reaches out, grabs my waist with a grip that is both firm and desperate, and pulls me inside, slamming the door shut behind me. He pins me against the door. His body is a wall of heat, a stark contrast to the freezing fog I just escaped. I can feel the heavy thud of his heart against my own. I told you to run, he growls. His voice is a low vibration that goes straight to my bones, making my skin prickle. I did. I pant, looking up at him. My hair is damp from the mist, sticking to my cheeks in dark, messy waves. I ran to you. His eyes flare. That silver light is back, swirling in his pupils like a storm over a dark ocean. He looks at me like he wants to push me away and pull me closer all at the same time. They're talking about a tether, I say, the words tumbling out in a rush. They said the mark is a shackle, that if you touch me, if you care, they have you. They're using me to break you, Kade. Kade's jaw tightens. A muscle leaps in his cheek and his grip on my waist increases just enough to make my breath catch. I know, he murmurs. He leans in, his forehead dropping to rest against mine. I can smell him, sandalwood, rain, and that dark, metallic scent of magic that always seems to follow him. It's intoxicating. It's the only thing that makes sense in this nightmare. Then why? I whisper, my hands finding the fabric of his shirt, bunching it up in my fists. Why did you touch me at the tree? Why did you bring me here if it only makes the tether stronger? His hand lifts, his thumb tracing the line of my jaw, tilting my face up so I have no choice but to look into that silver storm. Because, he says, his voice dropping to a breathy, intimate rasp. Some traps are worth walking into. He doesn't kiss me. Not yet. He just watches me. His gaze moves over my face, my neck, the deep, revealing V of the dress he chose for me. He looks at me like I'm the most beautiful thing he's ever seen and the most devastating. You look ruinous in this, he whispers. His hand moves down, sliding under the velvet sleeve of my left arm. His fingers find the mark. the moment his skin touches the ink. I gasp. It's not pain. It's everything. It's a rush of heat that floods my veins, making my knees buckle. Kade catches me, his arm hooking around my waist, pulling me flush against him until there isn't a breath of air between us. Does it feel like a shackle, Elara? He asks, his mouth hovering just an inch from mine. Or does it feel like belonging? I can't answer. I can't think. All I can do is feel the way his thumb is circling the mark, over and over. A slow, deliberate friction that is setting my entire body on fire. It's a claim. It's a promise. I reach up, my fingers tangling in his dark hair, pulling him down, needing to bridge that final inch. When he finally kisses me, it's not gentle. It's a collision. It tastes like desperation, like two people drowning and finding the only air in each other's lungs. He lifts me, my legs wrapping around his waist, the velvet of the dress bunching up around my hips. He carries me toward the fire, never breaking the kiss, never letting me go. He sets me down on the heavy rug, his body hovering over mine, shielding me from the rest of the world. The firelight dances across his skin, making him look like something ancient and beautiful and terrifying. If I do this, he whispers against my neck, his breath hot and ragged against my skin. If I take what they're offering, there's no going back. You'll be mine. Not just the mark, all of you. Every secret, every breath. I'm already yours. I breathe, my eyes fluttering shut as I pull him back down to me. I think I've been yours since the moment I woke up with your name on my skin. I wake up wrapped in black silk sheets that smell like him. The room is gray with the first light of dawn, the shadows long and soft. Kade is standing by the window, looking out over the academy as it begins to wake. He's dressed again, but his shirt is still open, his silhouette sharp and lonely against the glass. I sit up, the sheets pooling around my waist. My skin still feels the ghost of his touch. Kade. He doesn't turn around immediately. He stays perfectly still, watching the world outside. They'll be looking for you soon, he says. His voice is back to that cold, controlled calm. But I can hear the edge in it now. The tether is there, pulling at him, reminding him of the price he's paid. What happens now? I ask. He finally turns. His silver eyes are unreadable, but there's a new hardness in them, a resolve. Now, he says, we play their game. We let them think the trap worked. We let them think I'm weak. Because of you, we give them exactly what they want to see. He walks over to the bed, leaning down to press a single, lingering kiss to the mark on my wrist. The heat is still there, steady and quiet. But they forgot one thing. He whispers against my skin. What? He looks up, a dark, lethal smile touching his lips. The kind of smile that belongs to a man who has already won, even if the world doesn't know it yet. A shackle works both ways. If I'm tied to you, then you're the only thing in this world they can't touch, without going through me. And they have no idea what I'm willing to do to keep what's mine. The worst part is how much I wanted him to keep holding the barrel. I look back towards the courtyard. The golden string lights look blurry through the fog, like dying stars fading out in a cold sky. I can't stay here. If Kade is afraid, if a Valen is actually worried, then I'm in more danger than I ever imagined. Every second I stand here, I feel the weight of the eyes I can't see. Arkenfall is a place of predators, and I've just been told I'm the bait. I wrap my coat tighter around the velvet dress. The silk feels like a second skin now, heavy, cold, and far too revealing for the secrets I'm carrying. I start to walk, my heels clicking too loudly on the wet stone path. Every shadow looks like a person. Every rustle of ivy against the stone sounds like a footstep following me. I don't go back to the ball. I can't face Nash Harrowick and his sharp entitled smile. I can't face the whispers of the elite who look at me like I'm a curiosity to be dissected. I take the long way through the cloisters. It's a graveyard of stone pillars and silent, weeping statues. The kind of place where sound travels for miles and secrets go to die. I hear it. A voice. Not Kade's. It's low, urgent. Coming from the deep shadows of the library archives. The surge was confirmed. The voice says, the girl was at the tree with him. The timing was perfect. My heart stops. I press my back against a cold stone pillar, my breath hitching in my chest. The stone is freezing, biting through the thin fabric of my dress, but I don't move. I can't. And Valen? Another voice asks. This one is older, sharper. It sounds like dry parchment rubbing together. Did he trigger the secondary seal? Did he take the bait? He touched her, the first voice says, and I can hear the smirk in his tone. I can almost see the way his eyes would be gleaming in the dark. The mark flared violet. It's active. He's tethered now. He won't be able to move against us without feeling her pain. Every strike he makes against the council will ripple back through her. He's shackled, tethered. The word feels like a physical weight dropping into my stomach. They didn't mark me to hurt me. They marked me to shackle him. Every time he touches me, every time he protects me, he's walking deeper into their cage. He's a king being brought down by a girl who has nothing. I have to tell him. I have to find him before... Who's there? The voices stop abruptly. The silence that follows is terrifying. It's the kind of silence that precedes a strike. I don't think, I don't breathe. I just run. My lungs burn. The cold night air feels like needles in my chest, tearing at my throat with every gasp. I'm not running toward my dorm. I'm not running toward the safety of my locked door. I'm running toward the only place that feels like a sanctuary, even though it's the most dangerous place on campus. The North Tower, Kade's territory. I burst through the heavy oak doors of the West Wing, my heels skidding on the polished marble. The hallway is empty, lit only by flickering candles that smell like expensive wax and old dusty secrets. My shadow dances wildly against the walls, a frantic ghost trying to keep up with me. I reach the spiral staircase. My legs are shaking so hard I nearly stumble. The mark on my wrist is white hot now, a searing line of fire that tells me he's close. It's pulling me. It's a compass made of heat and ink. I reach the top landing. His door is black iron, cold, imposing, and shut tight against the world. I don't knock. I can't. My hands are trembling too much to even form a fist. I lean my forehead against the cold wood, closing my eyes. Kade, I whisper. The door swings open before I can even draw another breath. The room is dark, lit only by the dying orange embers in the fireplace. Kade is there. He's stripped off his jacket. His white shirt is unbuttoned at the collar, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing the tension in his forearms. He looks raw, like the polished, untouchable mask he wears at the ball has been ripped away, leaving something much more dangerous underneath. He doesn't say a word. He just reaches out, grabs my waist with a grip that is both firm and desperate, and pulls me inside, slamming the door shut behind me. He pins me against the door. His body is a wall of heat, a stark contrast to the freezing fog I just escaped. I can feel the heavy thud of his heart against my own. I told you to run, he growls. His voice is a low vibration that goes straight to my bones, making my skin prickle. I did. I pant, looking up at him. My hair is damp from the mist, sticking to my cheeks in dark, messy waves. I ran to you. His eyes flare. That silver light is back, swirling in his pupils like a storm over a dark ocean. He looks at me like he wants to push me away and pull me closer all at the same time. They're talking about a tether, I say, the words tumbling out in a rush. They said the mark is a shackle, that if you touch me, if you care, they have you. They're using me to break you, Kade. Kade's jaw tightens. A muscle leaps in his cheek, and his grip on my waist increases just enough to make my breath catch. I know, he murmurs. He leans in, his forehead dropping to rest against mine. I can smell him, sandalwood, rain, and that dark, metallic scent of magic that always seems to follow him. It's intoxicating. It's the only thing that makes sense in this nightmare. Then why, I whisper, my hands finding the fabric of his shirt, bunching it up in my fists. Why did you touch me at the tree? Why did you bring me here if it only makes the tether stronger? His hand lifts, his thumb tracing the line of my jaw, tilting my face up so I have no choice but to look into that silver storm. Because, he says, his voice dropping to a breathy, intimate rasp. Some traps are worth walking into. He doesn't kiss me. Not yet. He just watches me. His gaze moves over my face, my neck, the deep, revealing V of the dress he chose for me. He looks at me like I'm the most beautiful thing he's ever seen and the most devastating. You look ruinous in this, he whispers. His hand moves down, sliding under the velvet sleeve of my left arm. His fingers find the mark. The moment his skin touches the ink, I gasp. It's not pain, it's everything. It's a rush of heat that floods my veins, making my knees buckle. Kade catches me, his arm hooking around my waist, pulling me flush against him until there isn't a breath of air between us. Does it feel like a shackle, Elara? He asks, his mouth hovering just an inch from mine. Or does it feel like belonging? I can't answer, I can't think. All I can do is feel the way his thumb is circling the mark, over and over. A slow, deliberate friction that is setting my entire body on fire. It's a claim, it's a promise. I reach up, my fingers tangling in his dark hair, pulling him down, needing to bridge that final inch. When he finally kisses me, it's not gentle, it's a collision. It tastes like desperation, like two people drowning and finding the only air in each other's lungs. He lifts me, my legs wrapping around his waist, the velvet of the dress bunching up around my hips. He carries me toward the fire, never breaking the kiss, never letting me go. He sets me down on the heavy rug, his body hovering over mine, shielding me from the rest of the world. The firelight dances across his skin, making him look like something ancient and beautiful and terrifying. If I do this, he whispers against my neck, his breath hot and ragged against my skin. If I take what they're offering, there's no going back. You'll be mine, not just the mark. All of you. every secret, every breath. I'm already yours. I breathe, my eyes fluttering shut as I pull him back down to me. I think I've been yours since the moment I woke up with your name on my skin. I wake up wrapped in black silk sheets that smell like him. The room is gray with the first light of dawn, the shadows long and soft. Kade is standing by the window, looking out over the academy as it begins to wake. He's dressed again, but his shirt is still open, his silhouette sharp and lonely against the glass. I sit up, the sheets pooling around my waist. My skin still feels the ghost of his touch. Kade. He doesn't turn around immediately. He stays perfectly still, watching the world outside. They'll be looking for you soon, he says. His voice is back to that cold, controlled calm, but I can hear the edge in it now. The tether is there, pulling at him, reminding him of the price he's paid. What happens now, I ask. He finally turns. His silver eyes are unreadable, but there's a new hardness in them, a resolve. Now, he says, we play their game. We let them think the trap worked. We let them think I'm weak. Because of you. We give them exactly what they want to see. He walks over to the bed, leaning down to press a single lingering kiss to the mark on my wrist. The heat is still there, steady and quiet. But they forgot one thing. He whispers against my skin. What? He looks up, a dark, lethal smile touching his lips. The kind of smile that belongs to a man who has already won, even if the world doesn't know it yet. A shackle works both ways. If I'm tied to you, then you're the only thing in this world they can't touch, without going through me. And they have no idea what I'm willing to do to keep what's mine. We bound our souls with blood. The dawn doesn't bring peace. It just brings clarity. And the clarity is terrifying. I'm sitting on the edge of Kade's bed, the black silk sheets cold against my skin. Across the room, he's standing by the window, his silhouette a sharp dark line against the gray morning sky. He hasn't spoken for an hour. He just watches the academy wake up, watches the students crawl out of their dorms like ants, unaware that the world shifted on its axis while they slept. Kade, I whisper. My voice sounds thin, like it's been worn down by the night. He doesn't turn. He doesn't even flinch. They're coming for us, aren't they? I ask. The tether, the shackle. It's not just a metaphor anymore, I can feel it. It's a heavy, cold pull in my chest that points straight to him. Finally, he moves. He turns slowly, his silver eyes looking almost white in the morning light. He looks tired, but it's a lethal kind of tired. Like a predator that's been pushed into a corner and has finally decided to stop running. They've been coming for me since the day I was born, Elara, he says. His voice is a low, gravelly rasp that vibrates in the quiet room. But now they have a map. They have a way to hurt me that I can't just fight with magic or money. He walks toward me, his footsteps silent on the heavy rug. He stops just inches away, looking down at me. He reaches out, his fingers hovering just above the mark on my wrist. He doesn't touch it. Not yet. I saw them in the cloisters, Kade. I say, the words catching in my throat. I heard them talking about a secondary seal. They said you're shackled, that every strike you make against them will ripple back through me. Kade's jaw tightens. A hard, jagged line. The Council of Arkenfall? He murmurs, almost to himself. They think they're playing a game of chess. They think they've pinned my queen. He finally lets his fingers drop, tracing the edge of the violet ink. The moment he touches me, that familiar rush of heat floods my system. But this time, there's something else. A sharp, metallic tang at the back of my throat. A warning. "If they want a game," he whispers, leaning down until his mouth is inches from my ear. His breath hot and steady. "Then we'll give them a war." He pulls back, his gaze locking onto mine. There's a way to break the tether, Elara, but it's old magic. The kind of magic this academy was built to bury. It's not a spell. It's a sacrifice. My heart hammers against my ribs. A sacrifice. It's called a blood oath, he says. His eyes are swirling now, that silver storm returning with a vengeance. If we bind ourselves, not through their mark, but through our own will, we overwrite their seal, we take the power back. But there's a catch, he continues, his voice dropping to a breathy, intimate whisper. A blood oath doesn't just tie our magic together, it ties our lives. If I bleed, you bleed. If I die, I don't let him finish. Do it. I breathe. Kade freezes. You don't even know what you're asking, Elara. You've been at this school for a semester. You don't know the weight of a Valen's life. You'd be tethered to a monster. I stand up, stepping into his space until our chests are touching. I look him straight in those silver eyes, my hands finding the collar of his shirt. I've been a pawn my whole life, Kade, I say, my voice gaining a strength I didn't know I had. I've been the scholarship girl, the victim, the bait, for the first time. I want to be the one holding the blade. If being tied to a monster is the only way to survive this academy, then make me a monster too. A slow, dark smile spreads across his face. It's beautiful and terrifying all at once. "Ruinous," he whispers. He reaches into the pocket of his trousers and pulls out a small silver dagger. The blade is thin as a needle, etched with runes that seem to pulse with a faint red light. "Give me your hand," he commands. I reach out, my palm facing up. Kade takes my hand in his grip firm and grounding. He looks at me one last time, a silent question in his eyes. I nod. He presses the tip of the blade to the center of my palm. It's a sharp, stinging bite. A single drop of crimson welling up and sliding down my wrist, right over the violet mark. Then he does the same to his own hand. He presses our palms together, lacing his fingers through mine. The contact is electric. It's not just heat anymore, it's a roar. It's the sound of 1,000 years of Valen blood screaming in my ears. "Repeat after me," he rasps, his face inches from mine. "My blood is your blood. My blood is your blood." I repeat, my voice shaking but certain. "My breath is your breath. My breath is your breath. My soul is your shackle. My soul is your shackle." The room seems to tilt. The gray morning light turns a deep bruised purple. The mark on my wrist flares with a blinding, white-hot intensity. And for a second, I can't breathe. I can feel him. I can feel the cold, sharp edges of his mind, the vast, dark ocean of his power, and the raw, aching hunger he feels for me. It's too much. It's everything. I gasp, my head falling back as the magic settles into my bones. The pain vanishes, replaced by a heavy golden warmth that feels like armor. Kade pulls me closer, his arm wrapping around my waist to keep me upright. He's breathing hard, his forehead resting against mine. "It's done," he whispers. I look down at our hands. The cuts are gone. There's no blood, no scar. But the violet mark on my wrist has changed. It's no longer just a sigil. It's surrounded by a faint silver ring. His ring. They can't use you against me anymore, Elara, he says, his voice thick with a dark, possessive triumph. From this moment on, you aren't their tether. You're my weapon. He leans down, his lips brushing against mine in a kiss that tastes like iron and honey. It's a claim, a seal, a promise that the hunt has officially begun. But as he pulls away, his eyes dart to the door. The bell for the morning assembly begins to toll, a heavy, rhythmic bronze sound that echoes through the tower. Go to the great hall, Kade says, his voice returning to that cold, academic mask. Act like nothing happened. Act like you're still the scared little scholarship girl. Let them think their plan is working. And you? I ask. Kade reaches for his jacket, his movements precise and lethal. I have a council meeting, he says, a dangerous glint in his eyes. And I think it's time I reminded them why the Valens have ruled Arkenfall for 10 centuries. I walk out of the north tower, the cold morning air hitting my face. I should feel afraid. I should feel like I've just signed my soul away to the devil. But as I walk across the quad, passing the students who whisper and stare, I don't feel like a victim anymore. I feel the silver ring humming on my wrist. I feel the weight of Kade's soul pressed against mine. And for the first time since I arrived at Arkenfall, I'm not the one who's running. I reach the great hall, the massive oak doors swinging open to reveal the entire student body gathered under the floating candles. At the far end, on the raised dais, the council members sit in their high-backed chairs, looking down at us like gods. Nash Harrowick is there, standing near the front. He turns when he sees me, that smug, knowing smirk playing on his lips. He thinks he knows what happened last night. He thinks he knows what I am. I walk past him, my head held high, my step steady. I don't look at him. I don't have to. I can feel Kade entering the room behind me. I don't have to turn around to know he's there. I can feel the temperature in the room drop. I can feel the way the air seems to thin out as he walks down the center aisle. He doesn't look at me either. He walks straight toward the dais, his gaze fixed on the head of the council. The room goes silent. Even the candles seem to stop flickering. Kade Valen, the head of the council says, his voice booming through the hall. You were absent from the conclusion of the ball. There are questions that need answering. Kade stops at the foot of the dais. He stands there perfectly still, the very picture of a refined elite heir. I have no answers for you, Kade says, his voice calm and terrifyingly clear. But I do have a warning. He raises his hand, and for a split second the silver ring on my wrist pulses in perfect synchronization with the light in his eyes. The game is over, he says, and you've already lost. The hall erupts into whispers, but I don't hear them. I only hear the steady rhythmic thrum of the bond. The hunt is over. The war has begun. My heart hammers against my ribs. A sacrifice? It's called a blood oath, he says. His eyes are swirling now, that silver storm returning with a vengeance. If we bind ourselves, not through their mark, but through our own will, we overwrite their seal. We take the power back. But there's a catch, he continues, his voice dropping to a breathy, intimate whisper. A blood oath doesn't just tie our magic together. It ties our lives. If I bleed, you bleed. If I die, I don't let him finish. Do it. I breathe. Kade freezes. You don't even know what you're asking, Elara. You've been at this school for a semester. You don't know the weight of a Valen's life. You'd be tethered to a monster. I stand up, stepping into his space until our chests are touching. I look him straight in those silver eyes, my hands finding the collar of his shirt. I've been a pawn my whole life, Kade, I say, my voice gaining a strength I didn't know I had. I've been the scholarship girl, the victim, the bait. For the first time, I want to be the one holding the blade. If being tied to a monster is the only way to survive this academy, then make me a monster too. A slow, dark smile spreads across his face. It's beautiful and terrifying all at once. Ruinous, he whispers. He reaches into the pocket of his trousers and pulls out a small silver dagger. The blade is thin as a needle, etched with runes that seem to pulse with a faint red light. Give me your hand, he commands. I reach out, my palm facing up. Kade takes my hand in his grip firm and grounding. He looks at me one last time, a silent question in his eyes. I nod. He presses the tip of the blade to the center of my palm. It's a sharp, stinging bite, a single drop of crimson welling up and sliding down my wrist, right over the violet mark. Then he does the same to his own hand. He presses our palms together, lacing his fingers through mine. The contact is electric. It's not just heat anymore, it's a roar. It's the sound of 1,000 years of Valen blood screaming in my ears. Repeat after me, he rasps, his face inches from mine. My blood is your blood. My blood is your blood. I repeat, my voice shaking but certain. My breath is your breath. My breath is your breath. My soul is your shackle. My soul is your shackle. The room seems to tilt. The gray morning light turns a deep, bruised purple. The mark on my wrist flares with a blinding, white-hot intensity, and for a second, I can't breathe. I can feel him. I can feel the cold, sharp edges of his mind, the vast, dark ocean of his power, and the raw, aching hunger he feels for me. It's too much. It's everything. I gasp, my head falling back as the magic settles into my bones. The pain vanishes, replaced by a heavy golden warmth that feels like armor. Kade pulls me closer, his arm wrapping around my waist to keep me upright. He's breathing hard, his forehead resting against mine. It's done, he whispers. I look down at our hands. The cuts are gone. There's no blood, no scar. But the violet mark on my wrist has changed. It's no longer just a sigil. It's surrounded by a faint silver ring. His ring. They can't use you against me anymore, Elara, he says, his voice thick with a dark, possessive triumph. From this moment on, you aren't their tether. You're my weapon. He leans down, his lips brushing against mine in a kiss that tastes like iron and honey. It's a claim, a seal, a promise that the hunt has officially begun. But as he pulls away, his eyes dart to the door. The bell for the morning assembly begins to toll, a heavy, rhythmic bronze sound that echoes through the tower. Go to the Great Hall, Kade says, his voice returning to that cold academic mask. Act like nothing happened. Act like you're still the scared little scholarship girl. Let them think their plan is working. And you? I ask. Kade reaches for his jacket, his movements precise and lethal. I have a council meeting, he says, a dangerous glint in his eyes. And I think it's time I reminded them why the Valens have ruled Arkenfall for 10 centuries. I walk out of the North Tower, the cold morning air hitting my face. I should feel afraid. I should feel like I've just signed my soul away to the devil. But as I walk across the quad, passing the students who whisper and stare, I don't feel like a victim anymore. I feel the silver ring humming on my wrist. I feel the weight of Kade's soul pressed against mine, and for the first time since I arrived at Arkenfall, I'm not the one who's running. I reach the great hall, the massive oak doors swinging open to reveal the entire student body gathered under the floating candles. At the far end, on the raised dais, the council members sit in their high-backed chairs, looking down at us like gods. Nash Harrowick is there, standing near the front. He turns when he sees me, that smug, knowing smirk playing on his lips. He thinks he knows what happened last night. He thinks he knows what I am. I walk past him, my head held high, my step steady. I don't look at him. I don't have to. I can feel Kade entering the room behind me. I don't have to turn around to know he's there. I can feel the temperature in the room drop. I can feel the way the air seems to thin out as he walks down the center aisle. He doesn't look at me either. He walks straight toward the dais, his gaze fixed on the head of the council. The room goes silent. Even the candles seem to stop flickering. Kade Valen, the head of the council says, his voice booming through the hall. You were absent from the conclusion of the ball. There are questions that need answering. Kade stops at the foot of the dais. He stands there perfectly still, the very picture of a refined elite heir. I have no answers for you, Kade says, his voice calm and terrifyingly clear. But I do have a warning. He raises his hand, and for a split second, the silver ring on my wrist pulses in perfect synchronization with the light in his eyes. The game is over, he says, and you've already lost. The hall erupts into whispers, but I don't hear them. I only hear the steady, rhythmic thrum of the bond. The hunt is over. The war has begun. The dawn over Arkenfall Academy didn't bring light. It brought a bruised violet haze that clung to the jagged stone spires like a shroud. I stood on the edge of the blackwood balcony, the stone biting into my palms, watching the mist roll over the training grounds. My skin felt too tight. Every breath I took tasted of copper and ozone, the lingering ghost of the blood oath we had sworn in the dark. Beneath the silk of my sleeve, the mark didn't just pulse anymore. It breathed. It had a rhythm, a heavy thrumming heat that synced perfectly with the man standing 3 paces behind me. I didn't have to turn around to know Kade was watching me. I could feel the weight of his gaze like a physical touch against the nape of my neck. It's different now, isn't it? His voice drifted through the cold air, low and rough, like gravel over velvet. I finally turned. Kade Valen looked like a shadow given human form. His dark hair was windswept, his jaw tight with a tension that never seemed to leave him. But it was his eyes, those piercing mercury silver eyes that held me pinned. They weren't just looking at me. They were reading the very frequency of my soul. I feel loud, I whispered, hugging my arms across my chest, like I'm a bell that's been struck and won't stop ringing. I can feel the academy, Kade. I can feel the wards in the walls. I can feel the fear in the dormitories. Kade stepped closer, closing the distance until the heat radiating from his body pushed back the morning chill. He didn't touch me, not yet, but the air between us crackled. That's the oath, he murmured, leaning down so his lips were inches from my ear. You aren't just a scholarship student playing at magic anymore, Elara. You've tapped into the Valen well. My blood is moving through your heart. My power is your power. He reached out, his long fingers ghosting over the fabric covering my wrist. Even through the cloth, the contact sent a jolt of silver fire straight to my core. The council thinks they still own the leash, he said, his voice dropping to a predatory growl. They're waiting for us in the Great Hall. They think they can pull the tether and watch you crawl. They have no idea that the leash has turned into a blade. We walked through the corridors of Arkenfall not as predator and prey, but as a unified storm. The architecture of the school felt oppressive today. The gargoyles seemed to leer. The portraits of past high counselors followed us with judgmental, painted eyes. Usually, I walked these halls with my head down, trying to blend into the shadows, trying to be the invisible girl who earned her way here with books and silence. Not today. Kade walked with a lethal, effortless grace, his hand resting possessively on the small of my back. Every student we passed froze. The whispers followed us like a wake behind a ship. Is that her? Look at her eyes. They're changing. Valen has finally broken her. They didn't understand. He hadn't broken me. He had unmade the version of me that was a victim. We reached the heavy iron-bound doors of the great hall. 2 enforcers stood guard, their armor etched with the council's sigil. They stepped forward to block our path, their spears crossing with a metallic clack. The girl enters alone, the taller one said, his voice muffled by his helm. Orders of Dean Thorn. Kade didn't slow down. He didn't even look at them. Move, Kade said. It wasn't a request. It was a command that vibrated in the very floorboards. The enforcer leveled his spear at Kade's chest. Valen, don't make this... Kade's hand moved faster than I could follow. He didn't strike the man. He simply caught the shaft of the spear. A pulse of silver light erupted from his palm, traveling down the wood like liquid lightning. The spear shattered into 1,000 splinters, and the enforcer was thrown back against the stone wall as if hit by a physical shock wave. The other guard hesitated, his hand shaking. Kade looked at him, his silver eyes glowing with an ancient, terrifying light. I said, "Move." The guard stepped aside, his head bowed in primal terror. Kade pushed the doors open. The sound echoed through the cavernous hall like a thunderclap. Dean Thorn sat at the high table, flanked by 3 members of the Academy Council. They looked like vultures in their heavy crimson robes. Thorn held a small obsidian focus in his hand, the master key to the marks they placed on scholarship students. Elara hail, Thorn said, his voice echoing. You have violated a dozen Academy edicts in the last 48 hours. You have consorted with a high heir outside of sanctioned hours. You have accessed forbidden sectors of the library. He stood up, his eyes narrowing. And you have allowed your mark to become unstable. We are going to recalibrate it. Now. He raised the obsidian focus. It began to glow with a sickly, oily violet light. Usually when that focus was activated, I would fall to my knees. The mark would burn like acid, dragging my will down into a dark pit of obedience. I braced myself, my heart hammering against my ribs. Thorn twisted the focus. Kneel, girl. The focus flared. I felt a tug, a sharp, cold pull at my wrist. But then I felt Kade's hand tighten on my waist. "Give it to me," his voice echoed in my mind, a silent telepathic roar. "Channel the pull to me." I didn't kneel. I stood taller. I felt the council's magic hit the mark, but instead of burning me, it felt like a splash of lukewarm water. I reached into the blood oath, grabbing hold of that silver thread Kade had planted in my soul, and I pulled. The silver magic surged forward, meeting the council's violet light and swallowing it whole. The obsidian focus in Thorn's hand began to vibrate. Then it began to smoke. What is this?" Thorn stammered, his face turning a ghostly shade of white. "What are you doing?" "You thought she was a tether?" Kade's voice rang out, cold and mocking. "You thought you could use her to hold me back, to keep the Valen line in check." Kade stepped forward, pulling me with him. "You made a mistake, Thorn. You gave me a partner. You gave me a reason to stop playing your games." The obsidian focus shattered in Thorn's hand, the shards drawing blood from his palm. He screamed, stumbling back. The silence that followed was deafening. Kade leaned over the table, his shadow stretching long and dark over the council members. "The mark is ours now," Kade whispered, "and so is this school. This is the only warning you get. Stay out of our way, or I will burn Arkenfall to the ground just to hear you scream in the embers." We retreated to Kade's private quarters, a sanctuary of dark stone, heavy velvet, and the scent of sandalwood and rain. The adrenaline was still singing in my veins, making my fingers tremble. Kade shut the door and leaned his back against it, watching me. The mask of the dark heir had slipped, replaced by something hungrier, something more vulnerable. "You did it," he breathed. "You redirected their magic." "I didn't do it," I said, walking toward him. "We did it." I stopped inches from him. The air was thick, charged with the aftermath of the confrontation. "Show me," I whispered. "Show me how to control it. I don't want to just survive the next time they attack. I want to be ready." Kade's eyes darkened. He reached out, his hand sliding up my arms to my shoulders, pulling me flush against him. My breath hitched. The physical connection was overwhelming, but the magical connection was even louder. "It's about the flow, Elara," he murmured, his voice vibrating against my forehead. "Magic isn't a weapon you swing. It's a tide you let in." He guided my hands to his chest, right over his heart. "Close your eyes. Feel the oath. Don't fight the silver. Invite it." I closed my eyes. At first, there was only the sound of his heart, steady, strong, fast. Then, the silver light began to bleed through. It felt like liquid starlight pouring into my palms. It was beautiful and terrifying. It made my skin tingle. It made my blood feel like it was boiling with pleasure. "Kade," I gasped, my head falling back. "I have you," he growled, his grip tightening on my waist. "Let it in, Elara. All of it." The power crested. It wasn't just magic anymore. It was us. I could feel his memories, the loneliness of the Valen Tower, the weight of his father's expectations, the moment he first saw me in the library and felt the world shift. And he could feel me. My fear, my growing desire, the way I wanted him to never let go. The magic flared, a blinding burst of violet and silver that lit up the room. The wards on the walls hummed in protest. The glass on the table shattered from the sheer pressure of the aura we were projecting. Kade groaned, his face burying in the crook of my neck. His breath was hot, ragged. "You're too strong," he whispered against my skin. "You're going to be the death of me, Elara Hale." He pulled back just enough to look at me, his thumb tracing my lower lip. But I think I'd welcome it. The rest of the day was a blur of shadows and secrets. We didn't stay in his room. We moved through the academy like ghosts. Kade showed me the hidden passages, the veins of Arkenfall that the council had forgotten. We met with the others, the scholarship students. They were hiding in the disused alchemy labs, their faces pale, their marks glowing with a dull, sickly light. They looked at me with a mixture of awe and terror. "She broke the focus," one girl whispered. "I felt it. The pain. It just stopped for a second." I looked at them, really looked at them. They were brilliant, talented, and they were being drained dry by a system that saw them as batteries. "It can stop forever," I told them, my voice steady. "But you have to choose. The council offers you safety in exchange for your soul. We offer you freedom, but freedom is dangerous." One by one they stood up. It wasn't a loud rebellion. There were no shouts, no clashing swords. It was a silent coup, a shifting of loyalties in the dark. By nightfall, the power structure of Arkenfall had tilted. The council still sat in their high chairs, but the foundation beneath them was rotting. The peace didn't last. We were walking back from the lower levels when the smell hit us. Iron, burnt ozone. Kade pushed me behind him, his hand erupting in silver flame. "Stay back." We turned the corner into the north corridor. A body lay sprawled across the floor. It was Counselor Vane, the most vocal of Thorn's supporters. He wasn't bloody. He didn't look like he had fought, but his eyes were wide, turned to glass. And on his chest, burned through his expensive silk robes, was a perfect, glowing silver sigil, the Valen crest. I looked at Kade, my heart dropping into my stomach. "Kade, did you?" Kade stared at the body, his face a mask of pure shock. "No," he whispered. "I've been with you all day." He knelt by the body, his hand hovering over the glowing mark. "This isn't my magic," he said, his voice trembling with a rare edge of fear. "This is old. This is ancestral." The academy bells began to toll. Clang. 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 The sound of a lockdown. "Someone is framing us," I whispered, looking at the shadows dancing on the walls. "Or," Kade said, standing up and pulling me into the darkness of a nearby alcove as the sound of running boots approached. "Someone is coming to claim what they think I've prepared for them." He looked at me, his silver eyes hard as diamonds. "The war didn't just start, Elara. It just got a lot bigger than the council. The invitation didn't arrive on parchment. It arrived as a command burned into the air of our shared sanctuary, the Traitors' Gala. The council was clever. They knew that after the death of Counselor Vane, the academy was a powder keg. They knew the students were whispering about the silver sigil found on a dead man's chest. So, instead of a trial, they gave us a masquerade. They gave us silk to hide the bruises and wine to drown the fear. I stood before the floor-to-ceiling mirror in Kade's chambers, my breath hitching as I looked at the woman staring back. I didn't recognize her. The dress Kade had chosen for me was a masterpiece of obsidian silk that seemed to swallow the light. It clung to my curves like a second skin, the neckline plunging dangerously low, held together by delicate silver chains that mimic the lines of the blood oath. But it was the mask that changed everything. It was crafted from dark filigree, shaped like the wings of a raven, casting jagged shadows across my cheekbones. My eyes, once a simple, scholarly brown, now held flecks of violet that pulsed whenever I thought of Kade. You look like a queen preparing for a slaughter. Kade's voice drifted from the shadows of the balcony. I turned. He was dressed in a high-collared military tunic of deep charcoal, his family crest pinned to his chest in cold, unyielding silver. He hadn't put his mask on yet. His face was a study in lethal beauty. Sharp angles, a mouth that knew only how to command or consume, and those silver eyes that seemed to see through the walls of the world. He walked toward me, his boots clicking rhythmically against the marble. He stopped so close I could smell the rain and sandalwood that always clung to him. "Are you afraid, Elara?" he murmured, his hand lifting to trace the edge of my mask. "I should be," I whispered, my heart thumping a frantic rhythm against my ribs. "The headmaster knows about the oath. The council wants us dead, and we're walking straight into their ballroom." Kade's thumb slid down to my chin, tilting my head back. "Let them watch. Let them wonder. Tonight, we aren't their subjects. We are the ghost in their machine." He leaned down, his lips brushing the sensitive skin just below my ear. A shiver raced down my spine, a mixture of terror and a hunger so sharp it hurt. "If anyone touches you," he growled, his voice vibrating against my skin, "I will tear this academy down stone by stone until I find their heart." 2. The Descent into the Den. The great hall had been transformed. Thousands of enchanted candles floated near the vaulted ceiling, dripping wax that vanished before it hit the floor. The air was thick with the scent of lilies, the flower of the dead, and the cloying sweetness of expensive champagne. A string quartet played a haunting, minor-key waltz that felt more like a funeral march than a celebration. As we descended the grand staircase, the room went silent. It wasn't the respectful silence of the elite. It was the silence of a forest when a wolf enters the clearing. Kade didn't lead me. We walked side by side, our shoulders brushing, a unified front of dark silk and silver magic. I could feel the mark on my wrist heating up, reacting to the hundreds of other marks in the room. The scholarship students were there, huddled near the edges of the ballroom. They wore masks of cheap lace and porcelain, their eyes wide and haunted. They looked at me, the girl who had broken the dean's focus, and I felt a surge of responsibility that nearly brought me to my knees. "Don't look away," Kade whispered, his hand finding the small of my back. "Look at them. Let them see that you aren't afraid of the gold on the walls." We reached the floor, and the crowd parted like a wound. Dean Thorne was there, his hand still bandaged from where the obsidian focus had shattered. He wore a mask of solid gold, shaped like a lion, but it couldn't hide the sneer on his lips. "Valen," Thorne said, his voice tight. "I'm surprised you showed your face after the unfortunate passing of Counselor Vane." Kade's grip on my waist tightened. "I wouldn't miss a gala thrown in honor of a man I didn't kill, Thorne. It seems a waste of good wine." The tension was a physical weight. I could see the council's enforcers stationed at every exit, their hands resting on the hilts of their blades. This wasn't a party. It was an execution waiting for a signal. 3. The Secret Rebellion. Dance with me, Kade commanded. He led me to the center of the floor. The music shifted, becoming faster, more aggressive. As we spun, the world became a blur of gold and black. Kade moved with a terrifying precision, his body a pillar of strength that I leaned into, letting him guide me through the sea of enemies. "Listen to me," he murmured as he dipped me low, his face inches from mine. "The scholarship students, they're waiting for a sign. In the third movement of the waltz, the lights will flicker. That is when you move." "Move where?" I breathed, my head spinning. "To the shadows. Talk to the ones marked with the violet ribbon. Tell them the armory is unguarded. Tell them that when the bells strike midnight, the wards on the north gate will drop." My heart nearly stopped. "Kade, that's treason." "No," he growled, pulling me back up and spinning me into the arms of a passing elite heir, a distraction, before reclaiming me a second later. "It's a coup, and you are the one they will follow." The music reached a crescendo. The enchanted candles sputtered, the light dimming to a deep bloody crimson for 3 heartbeats. I slipped away. I moved through the crowd like a ghost, my obsidian dress blending into the shadows. I found the first student, a boy named Elias, whose mark was so inflamed it looked like a burn. "The north gate," I whispered as I passed him, pretending to reach for a glass of wine. "Midnight, the tether is broken." I saw his eyes widen behind his mask. He nodded, a sharp, jerky motion. I moved to the next, and the next. I was planting seeds of fire in a room made of dry wood. I could feel the shift in the air, the way the scholarship students began to stand a little straighter, the way their fear was curdling into a cold, hard resolve. 4. The balcony confrontation. I needed air. The heat of the room, the smell of the lilies, and the weight of the secrets were suffocating me. I slipped through the heavy velvet curtains onto the west balcony. The night air was freezing, biting at my exposed skin, but I welcomed it. I leaned against the stone railing, looking out over the dark spires of Arkenfall. "It's a long way down, Elara." I spun around. Kade was standing in the doorway, his mask gone, his silver eyes glowing with a fierce, unholy light. He looked haunted. He looked like a man who had seen the end of the world and was decided on how to burn it. He walked toward me, his movements slow and deliberate. He didn't stop until I was backed against the stone, the cold railing pressing into my spine. "You did well," he whispered, his hands coming up to rest on either side of my head, pinning me. "They're ready. The fire is lit." "Kade," I said, my voice trembling. "What happens if we fail? What happens if the headmaster catches us before midnight?" Kade leaned in, his forehead resting against mine. I could feel the raw power of the blood oath humming between us, a physical vibration that made my teeth ache. "Then we die," he said simply. "But we die together, and we die free." His hand moved to my neck, his thumb tracing the line of my jaw. His touch was electric, a searing heat that made me forget the cold, forget the council, forget everything except the man in front of me. "I've spent my whole life being a weapon for a family I hated," he growled, his voice dropping to a raw, intimate register. "I've spent every night in this academy waiting for something that felt real, and then I found you." He leaned down, his mouth hovering just a hair's breadth from mine. "You aren't just my weapon, Elara. You're my soul." and I will burn every soul in that ballroom before I let them take a single breath from you. He kissed me then, not the desperate, frantic kiss of the garden, but something deeper, something possessive. It tasted of wine and dark promises. It was the kiss of a king claiming his queen before a battle. When he pulled back, his eyes were dark with a hunger that terrified me. He reached for my wrist, the one with the mark. They gave you this mark to control you, he whispered. He bit his own thumb, a drop of silver red blood welling up. He pressed it against the violet mark on my skin. I'm giving you this one to remind you who you belong to. He pressed his lips to the mark, his teeth grazing the skin. A jolt of pure, unadulterated power shot through me, turning my vision white. The mark flared, the violet turning into a brilliant, blinding silver. It didn't hurt. It felt like coming home. 5. The reveal. A touching scene. The voice was like ice water poured over a fire. We spun around. The headmaster stood in the doorway, his face a mask of cold, clinical detachment. He wasn't alone. 6 enforcers stood behind him, their spears leveled at our chests. I had hoped, the headmaster said, walking onto the balcony, that you would be smarter than this, Valen. To perform a blood oath in the middle of a lockdown, it's sloppy. Kade stepped in front of me, his hand erupting in silver flame. Get back, Thorn. Oh, I don't think so, the headmaster said, a cruel smile touching his lips. You see, the council didn't just give Elara a mark to control her, they gave her a mark to monitor her. He held up a small silver compass. The needle was pointing directly at my heart. Every word you've whispered tonight, every student you've spoken to, we've heard it all. My blood turned to ice. The rebellion, Elias, the North Gate. The scholarship students are being rounded up as we speak, the headmaster continued, his voice devoid of emotion. And as for you, Elara, the blood oath is a fascinating piece of magic, but it has one fatal flaw. He stepped closer, his eyes locking onto mine. It requires both hearts to be beating. He raised his hand, and the enforcers moved forward. Kill the girl, the headmaster commanded, and bring the Valen heir to the Sanctum. It's time we reminded him what happens to traitors. 6. The cliffhanger. The world exploded into chaos. Kade roared, a sound of pure animalistic fury, and a wave of silver magic blasted outward, throwing the first 2 enforcers over the balcony railing. Run! Kade screamed at me, his hands glowing like twin suns. Elara, run to the library, the hidden passage behind the Valen crest. Go! I'm not leaving you, I cried, dodging a spear thrust. Go, he roared, his eyes turning entirely silver. I'll find you. I promise. I turned and ran. I ran through the velvet curtains, back into the ballroom. But the gala was gone. The music had stopped. The elite heirs were gone, replaced by a sea of armored enforcers. I saw Elias being dragged away, his face bloody. I saw the other students being shackled in anti-magic iron. I reached the grand staircase, my lungs burning, my heart hammering against my ribs. But as I reached the top, a figure stepped out of the shadows. It wasn't an enforcer. It was a woman. She wore a gown of white silk, her hair a crown of silver. She looked exactly like Kade. You must be Elara, she said, her voice like a chime in the dark. She held out a hand. My son is a fool to think he can save you, but I have a different use for a girl with a mark like yours. Behind her, the doors to the great hall slammed shut, and the screaming began. The cold silence of the Sanctum. The world didn't end with a scream. It ended with the sound of a heavy iron door groaning shut, a sound so final, so utterly devoid of hope, that it felt like a grave marker being slid into place over my living body. I was chained to a slab of cold black obsidian in the heart of the Sanctum of Silence. This wasn't a classroom. It wasn't a dormitory. It was a place that didn't exist on any map of Arkenfall Academy, a geographical ghost whispered about only in the most forbidden corners of the library. The air here was dead. It didn't move. It didn't carry the scent of the pine forest outside or the salt of the distant sea. It tasted of dry metallic dust and the lingering ozone-heavy ghost of ancient, suppressed magic. My wrists were bound in magebane iron. The shackles weren't smooth. They were etched with jagged, hungry runes that felt like ice-cold teeth sinking into my skin, searching for the marrow. Every time I tried to reach for the blood oath, every time I tried to find that shimmering silver thread that connected my soul to Kade's, the iron pulsed. It sent a sickening jolt of anti-magic through my nervous system, a vibration so violent it made my teeth ache and my vision blur with gray static. I lay there staring up at the vaulted ceiling where shadows coiled like living things. I could feel the mark on my arm throbbing, a dull, rhythmic ache that mirrored my heartbeat. It was hungry. It was lonely. Without Kade's presence to feed it, the mark felt like a wound that refused to close. It's no use, Elara. A voice drifted from the gloom, smooth and clinical, like a blade sliding through silk. The headmaster stepped into the circle of flickering blue torchlight. He had removed his gala finery, the gold embroidery and velvet capes replaced by the ritual robes of the High Council, stiff bone-white silk embroidered with hundreds of tiny, unblinking eyes that seemed to watch me from every fold of the fabric. The Sanctum was built to hold gods, he said, his footsteps echoing like slow, deliberate heartbeats against the stone. A scholarship student with a stolen bond is nothing to these walls. You are a fly in a web of our making, struggling against threads you cannot even see. He reached out, his fingers, cold as a corpse and smelling of old parchment, tracing the violet lines of the mark on my inner arm. I flinched, the metal of the obsidian slab biting into the small of my back, but there was nowhere to run. Do you know why we chose you, Elara? Out of 1,000 applicants with better lineages, deeper pockets, and bloodlines that stretch back to the first kings? I gritted my teeth, the iron shackles burning as I tried to pull away. Because I was smart. Because I was a blank slate. Because I had no family to miss me if I vanished into the shadows of the school. No, he whispered, leaning down until I could see the madness dancing in his pupils, a frantic yellow light that made my skin crawl. Because your magical frequency is a perfect vacuum. You don't just hold magic, Elara. You consume it. You were never meant to be Kade Valen's partner. You were meant to be his cage. You were the sponge we designed to soak up his volatility, to drain his power until there was nothing left of the Valen heir but a hollow, obedient shell we could move like a chess piece. He picked up a jagged silver needle from a stone tray. It hummed with a low, discordant frequency that made my ears bleed. But you changed the polarity, he continued, his voice dropping to a hiss. You stopped consuming, and you started sharing. You turned a cage into a conduit. You gave him a reason to fight back, and for that the Council has decreed a total reset. We are going to peel back the layers of your mind until the girl who loved Kade Valen is gone, leaving only the vacuum we require. He held the needle over the center of the mark. This will hurt, he said, his voice almost kind, almost fatherly. But by the time I'm done, you won't even remember the color of his eyes. he will be empty, and in that emptiness, we will find our peace. 2. The needle and the void. The needle didn't just pierce my skin, it pierced the very fabric of my being. Pain, pure, white, agonizing, detonated behind my eyes. It wasn't just physical, it felt like my soul was being unspooled, one agonizing thread at a time. I screamed, the sound dying against the damp stone wall, swallowed instantly by the unnatural silence of the sanctum. I watched, through a haze of involuntary tears, as the violet lines of the mark began to turn a sickly ashen gray. The connection to Kade, the warmth that had lived in the center of my chest since the night of the blood oath, began to flicker like a candle in a gale. Kade, I called out in the silence of my mind, my thoughts fracturing under the pressure of the needle. Kade, please, find me. Don't let them take the memory of us. But there was no answer. Only the cold. Only the void. The headmaster twisted the needle, and I felt my consciousness begin to slip. The memories of the library, the smell of old books, and the way the sunlight hit Kade's hair began to blur. The memory of the obsidian dress, the weight of his hand on my waist, the taste of his skin, they were all being pulled away, drifting into the darkness like smoke. Almost there, the headmaster murmured, his face inches from mine. Just a few more threads, and you'll be a clean slate. You'll be the perfect vessel again. No more rebellion, no more love, just the vacuum. I tried to hold on to the image of Kade's eyes, those mercury silver depths that always seemed to see right through my defenses. I focused on the feeling of his heartbeat against mine, but the needle was relentless. It was a thief, stealing the only things I had left that were real. 3. The wrath of the heir. A vibration started in the floorboards. It was low at first, a rhythmic thrumming that made the dust on the obsidian slab dance in tiny, frantic circles. Then it grew. It became a roar that vibrated in my very bones, a sound that felt like the earth itself was screaming in protest. Boom! The sanctum shuddered. A fine rain of dust fell from the vaulted ceiling, coating the headmaster's white robes in gray grit. Boom! A crack appeared in the heavy iron doors, a jagged lightning bolt line of silver light bleeding through the darkness. The air in the room suddenly tasted of ozone and ancient, unbridled fury. "He's here," I gasped, blood trickling down my arm where the needle had struck, my voice a broken rasp. The headmaster froze, his eyes darting to the doors, his composure finally cracking. Impossible. The wards are absolute. They are anchored to the foundations of the mountain itself. No one can find this chamber without the master key. The doors didn't just open, they disintegrated. A shockwave of pure silver energy blasted into the room, a physical wall of force that threw the headmaster against the far wall like a rag doll. The blue torches blew out instantly, replaced by a blinding, terrifying radiance that smelled of lightning and ancient fire. Kade Valen stood in the doorway. He didn't look like a student. He didn't even look like the boy I had danced with at the gala. His clothes were torn to shreds, his skin streaked with soot and the blood of the guards he must have carved through to get here. But it was his eyes that stopped my heart. They were no longer mercury, they were twin stars of white-hot fire, bleeding silver light down his cheeks like tears of liquid mercury. Get away from her. His voice wasn't a sound, it was a physical weight that cracked the stone floor between him and the headmaster. The air around him distorted, the heat of his magic so intense that the moisture in the air began to hiss and steam. The headmaster scrambled to his feet, his hands glowing with a sickly, jaundiced yellow light. "Valen, you are trespassing on sacred ground. You are violating the laws of your own house. Think of your legacy. Think of your father." Kade didn't let him finish. He moved with a speed that defied the human eye. One moment he was at the door. The next, his hand was wrapped around the headmaster's throat, lifting the older man off the ground as if he weighed nothing more than a handful of dry leaves. "You touched her," Kade growled, the sound vibrating in the very marrow of my bones. "You put your hands on what is mine. You tried to erase me from her mind." Silver flames erupted from Kade's skin, licking at the headmaster's white robes. The smell of burning silk and ozone filled the air, thick and suffocating. "Kade," I cried out, my voice weak, my body trembling as the mage-bane iron continued to drain my life force. "The shackles. I can't. I'm fading, Kade. Please." Kade dropped the headmaster like a piece of trash and spun toward me. The terrifying godlike fury in his eyes vanished in a heartbeat, replaced by a raw, agonizing terror that made him look human again. "Elara," he breathed, his hand shaking as he reached for the mage-bane iron. The moment his fingers touched the anti-magic metal, he hissed in pain, his skin blistering instantly. But he didn't let go. He gripped the iron with both hands, his muscles straining, his silver magic clashing with the black iron in a shower of sparks that lit up the room like a dying star. "Kade, stop! It's killing you! The iron? It's designed to destroy your magic." "Let it try," he roared, his voice cracking with the effort. "I will tear this mountain down stone by stone before I let them keep you in these chains." With a sound like a dying bell, a deep, resonant thrum that shook the entire sanctum, the iron shattered into 1,000 harmless shards. For the power exchange. The deep intimacy. I fell forward, my body limp, my magic drained to the point of near death. Kade caught me, pulling me against his chest, his heart hammering a frantic, broken rhythm against mine. He smelled of smoke, blood, and the cold winter air of the mountains. "I've got you," he whispered, his voice wrecked, his breath hot and desperate against my ear. "I've got you, Elara. Look at me. Stay with me. Don't you dare close your eyes." I looked up, my vision blurring, the world spinning in slow, nauseating circles. The sanctum was falling apart around us. Cracks were snaking up the walls, and the ceiling was groaning under the weight of the mountain. The headmaster had vanished into the shadows, but I could hear the heavy, rhythmic boots of the council's enforcers echoing in the hall outside. "He took it all, Kade," I sobbed, my fingers clutching at his torn tunic, my knuckles white. "The mark. It's empty. I can't feel the thread anymore. I can't feel you." Kade's jaw set in a hard, desperate line. He looked at the doorway, then back at me. He knew we couldn't fight our way out, not with me like this, a hollow shell of a girl. "Then we fill it back up," he said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. He sat back against the obsidian altar, pulling me into his lap, my legs straddling his waist. He took my wounded arm, the one where the needle had struck, and pressed the graying mark directly against the pulse point of his neck, where his blood was thundering like a war drum. "Take it," he commanded, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that made my breath hitch. "Kade, no, you're already exhausted. You've used too much. If I take your magic now, you'll—" "I don't care," he growled, his hand sliding into my hair, his fingers tangling in the strands as he forced my head down until our foreheads touched. "I would rather be a ghost, Elara. I would rather be a shadow wandering these halls for eternity than live in a world where you don't feel me under your skin. Take it. Pull it from my blood. Pull it from my soul. Everything I am. Everything I was ever meant to be. It's yours. It has always been yours." I closed my eyes and reached. At first there was only the cold, biting void, then a spark. A rush of silver fire poured into me, hotter, deeper, and more intense than anything we had shared during the blood oath. It wasn't just magic. It was him. It was the raw, unfiltered essence of Kade Valen. I felt his childhood, the long, lonely nights spent in the shadow of a father who saw him only as a weapon. I felt the crushing weight of the Valen legacy, the expectations that had nearly broken him. I felt the moment he first saw me in the library, the way the world had suddenly shifted on its axis, and he realized he was no longer alone in the dark. I felt his possessiveness, his hunger, and a love so dark and deep it felt like drowning in a sea of liquid stars. More, he gasped, his head falling back against the stone altar, his eyes fluttering shut as his strength began to fail. I drank from him, my body acting as a parched earth soaking up a summer storm. My skin began to glow, the violet lines of the mark turning into brilliant, incandescent silver that lit up the entire chamber. The wounds on my wrists healed in seconds, the skin knitting back together as if they had never existed. My strength returned, 10 times more powerful than before, fueled by the raw desperation of his sacrifice. Kade's body went limp in my arms, his breath coming in shallow, ragged hitches. He was giving me everything, his life force, his heritage, his very essence. He was emptying himself so that I could be whole. Kade. That's enough, I whispered, my voice thick with emotion, trying to pull away. You're going to die if I take any more. No, he murmured, his voice a mere ghost of a sound, a breath against my lips. Finish it. Be my weapon, Elara. Break this place. Burn it all to the ground. Fave. The breaking of Arkenfall. I stood up. The air in the Sanctum began to swirl, a localized hurricane of silver and violet light that picked up the dust and debris, spinning it into a lethal vortex. I felt like a sun contained in a human body. The power was so immense, so absolute, it felt like it would tear my skin apart if I didn't let it out. The enforcers burst into the room, dozens of them, their black shields raised, their spears glowing with the sickly yellow light of suppression magic. I didn't feel afraid. I didn't feel like the scholarship student who had arrived at Arkenfall with nothing but a suitcase and a dream. I felt inevitable. I raised my hand, and the air itself seemed to bow to my will. You wanted a tether, I said, my voice echoing with a power that wasn't entirely my own. It was the voice of the Valen line, ancient, cold, and utterly sovereign. You wanted a way to control the air of Arkenfall. You wanted a cage for his fire. I closed my fist, and the silver light intensified until the enforcers had to shield their eyes. But you forgot one thing. You forgot that a weapon doesn't belong to the one who forged it. It belongs to the one who wields it. I threw my hand outward, releasing the pressure. A wave of pure, unadulterated magical force erupted from me. It wasn't a spell. It was a rejection of the council, of the marks, of the centuries of blood and secrets that had built the walls of Arkenfall. The shockwave hit the enforcers first, shattering their shields like glass and throwing them back into the hall like autumn leaves in a gale. But it didn't stop there. The wave traveled through the stone, climbing the walls, racing up the spires of the academy. Outside, the great bell of Arkenfall, the bell that had signaled the start of every class, every gala, every execution, cracked down the middle. Its final note was a discordant metallic scream that could be heard for miles across the valley. The stained glass windows of the great hall exploded outward in a rain of colored shards that looked like falling jewels. The wards, the invisible, suffocating chains that held every scholarship student in check, snapped all at once. Across the campus, hundreds of students fell to their knees as the weight of the council's control vanished. They looked at their wrists in stunned silence, watching as the marks faded from violet to a pale, harmless gray. Arkenfall was breaking, and I was the hammer. 6. The shadow of the Father. The dust began to settle, coating everything in a layer of fine white powder. I stood in the center of the ruined sanctum, my chest heaving, my skin still humming with the fading echoes of Kade's silver fire. Kade lay at the base of the altar, unconscious but breathing, his face pale and peaceful in the aftermath of the storm. I walked toward him, my knees shaking, the adrenaline beginning to ebb away. I needed to get him out of here. I needed to find a place where we could hide until he woke up, a place where the council couldn't find us. But the shadows in the corner of the room didn't dissipate with the light. They grew thicker, colder. They seemed to drink the remaining light from the air. A man stepped out of the darkness. He looked like Kade, but older, his features sharpened by decades of cruelty and power. His hair was a shock of white silver, his eyes two pits of cold, calculating mercury that held no warmth, no mercy. He wore a crown of black iron, and the air around him felt like the inside of a tomb. "Impressive," the man said, his voice like the sliding of a grave marker over stone. I stepped in front of Kade, my hands glowing with the last of the silver fire. "Who are you? Stay back!" The man smiled, a cold, mirthless thing that didn't reach his eyes. "I am the reason the Valen name is feared, child. I am the one who built the council. I am the one who designed that mark on your arm when your mother was still a girl in the village." He looked at Kade's limp form with a mixture of pity and disgust. "My son was always a disappointment. Too much heart. Too much sentiment. He thought he was saving you. He thought he was being a hero in a storybook." The man walked closer, the ground freezing beneath his boots, a trail of frost following him across the stone. "But he didn't save you, Elara. He just prepared you. He filled you with enough Valen magic to make you a vessel worthy of me. He did the hard work of tempering the blade. Now I simply have to take it." He raised his hand, and a black sigil appeared in the air, a mirror image of the mark on my wrist, but twisted, dark. It pulsed with a gravity that seemed to pull at my very soul. "The council was just a filter," he whispered, his voice echoing in the silence. "A way to find the one girl who could survive the transition. And now, the transition begins." 7. The Dark Transition. The black sigil flew toward me. I tried to block it, to throw up a shield of silver light. But my magic, Kade's magic, didn't fight it. It welcomed it. It recognized the source. The silver light in my veins turned black as ink, a cold poison spreading through my system. I fell to my knees, a scream tearing from my throat as the darkness began to consume the mark. It felt like ice being poured into my blood, freezing me from the inside out. Kade's eyes snapped open. "Elara!" he choked out, his voice a raw, broken sound. He tried to reach for me, his fingers clawing at the stone. But his father, the patriarch of the Valen house, simply waved a hand, and Kade was pinned to the wall by invisible spikes of shadow that pierced his shadow, holding him fast. "Watch, my son," the patriarch said, his voice echoing in the crumbling sanctum. "Watch as your little scholarship student becomes the queen of the new reign. Watch as she becomes the weapon you were too weak to be. This is the legacy of our house. This is the price of the throne." The darkness climbed up my arm, reaching for my heart, turning my vision into a tunnel of black glass. And as the world faded to black, the last thing I saw was Kade's face, twisted in a mask of pure, helpless agony, his hand still reaching for me across the void. Video Episode 8. The New Reign, Season 1 Finale. Tonight, We escape into the shadows for another sleep story edition of Steamy Stories After Dark, marked by midnight. If you find yourself captivated by my stories, share the secret with a friend. Please subscribe and click the bell to receive notifications, to join our community, and if you like, leave a comment to share what you think of the series and what time it is and what part of the world you are listening. It is nice to see the reach this series is getting. Settle in. The journey starts now. Seat 1. The Coronation of Shadows. 1. The silence after the storm. The dust of Arkenfall didn't settle. It hovered in the air like a shroud, shimmering with the dying embers of the silver fire I had unleashed. I stood in the center of the ruined sanctum, my breath hitching in my chest, my lungs burning with the scent of ozone and ancient stone. The power, Kade's power, was still humming beneath my skin, a low rhythmic vibration that felt like a second heartbeat. But it was different now. It was colder, heavier. The silver light that had once felt like a summer sun was now streaked with veins of obsidian, a gift from the patriarch that I hadn't asked for. I looked down at my hands. They were trembling. Fine lines of black ink were crawling up my fingers, tracing the paths of my veins like a map of a country I didn't recognize. Elara? The voice was a ghost, a ragged rasp that barely carried across the debris. I spun around, my boots crunching on the shattered remains of the obsidian altar. Kade was struggling to sit up, his back pressed against the cold stone wall. He looked like a man who had been hollowed out. His skin was the color of winter moonlight, and the mercury silver of his eyes was dim, flickering like a candle in a drafty room. Kade! I scrambled toward him, my knees hitting the stone with a jarring thud. I reached for him, my fingers brushing his cheek, and he flinched, not in fear, but in shock. "You touch," he whispered, his hand coming up to cover mine, his fingers icy cold. "It's different. It's not just mine anymore." I pulled my hand back, staring at the black ink on my skin. "Your father, he did something to the mark, Kade. He turned it. He said I was a vessel. He said the transition had begun." Kade's jaw tightened, a flash of the old lethal fire returning to his eyes for a fleeting second. He looked past me, toward the shadows where the patriarch had vanished, and then back at the ruined hall. The enforcers were gone, either dead or fled into the bowels of the academy. The silence was absolute, broken only by the distant, mournful tolling of the cracked great bell. "He's gone," Kade said, his voice gaining a sliver of strength. "For now. He doesn't want to kill us, Elara. He wants to watch us. He wants to see if the seed he planted in you will take root." He reached out, his thumb tracing the line of my jaw, his touch lingering with a possessive, desperate heat. But he underestimated one thing, Kade growled, pulling me closer until our foreheads touched, just as they had during the power exchange. "He thinks he can control the weapon he forged. He doesn't realize that the weapon has a soul of its own. And that soul belongs to me. 2. The Walk of the Sovereign. We didn't leave the Sanctum as fugitives. We left as sovereigns." Kade leaned on me at first, his weight heavy and solid against my side. But as we climbed the winding stone stairs toward the surface, the magic began to circulate between us again. It was a dark, turbulent cycle, silver fire meeting black ink, but it was working. With every step, his strength returned, his posture straightening, his shoulders broadening until he looked once again like the heir of the most powerful house in the world. We emerged into the great hall of Arkenfall just as the first light of dawn was breaking over the mountains. The sight was breathtaking in its destruction. The massive stained glass windows had been blown outward, leaving jagged frames that looked like the teeth of a giant. The morning light poured in, cold and unforgiving, illuminating the hundreds of students who were gathered in the hall. They were silent. Scholarship students, elite heirs, professors, and servants, they were all there, standing among the glass shards and the fallen tapestries. They looked at us with a mixture of terror and awe. They saw the soot on our skin, the blood on our clothes, and the way the air seemed to warp around us. But mostly, they looked at their own wrists. The marks were gone. The violet tethers that had bound them to the council's will for centuries had vanished, replaced by faint silvery scars that would eventually fade into nothing. "The council is dead," Kade's voice rang out, echoing through the hollowed-out hall. It wasn't a shout, it was a statement of fact, a vibration that seemed to settle into the very stones of the academy. He stepped away from me, standing in the center of the hall, his silhouette framed by the rising sun. "The dean is gone. The enforcers have been disbanded. The wards that held you here, that treated you like cattle for the high courts, have been shattered." A murmur rippled through the crowd, a sound of disbelief, of hope, of 1,000 lives suddenly realizing they were free. "But do not mistake freedom for safety," Kade continued, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, lingering on the elite heirs who were already looking for a new master to serve. "The world outside these walls is still ruled by the old blood. My father is still out there. The high courts will not let Arkenfall fall without a fight." He turned back to me, reaching out his hand. I walked toward him, my heart hammering against my ribs, the black ink on my skin shimmering in the morning light. "Arkenfall is no longer a school," Kade said, his voice dropping to a low, intimate register that seemed to speak directly to every soul in the room. "It is a fortress, and from this day forward, it belongs to the market." He took my hand, lifting it high so everyone could see the silver and black lines of our shared bond. "Behold your queen," he whispered, the words carrying a weight that made the students fall to their knees, one by one, until the great hall was a sea of bowed heads. I looked at Kade, and for the first time, I didn't see the boy who had claimed me in the library. I saw a king, and in his eyes, I saw the reflection of the woman I had become, a woman who was no longer afraid of the dark, because she had become the darkness itself. 3. The burning of the records. "We can't leave them, Kade. Not like this." We were in the registrar's office, a room filled with floor-to-ceiling shelves of leather-bound ledgers. These were the life books, the records of every student who had ever passed through Arkenfall. They contained every secret, every weakness, every debt that the council had used to keep the scholarship students in line. Kade stood by the window, watching the students in the courtyard below. They were burning their uniforms, the gray wool fueling a massive bonfire that sent plumes of black smoke into the sky. "They are just paper, Elara," he said, his voice distant. "No," I said, pulling a ledger from the shelf. I opened it to my own name. Elara, Vance. Origin, Sector 4. Potential, high. Utility, disposable. They are chains. As long as these books exist, the Council, or your father, can find them. They can find their families. They can pull them back into the dark. Kade turned, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the book in my hand. He walked toward me, his footsteps silent on the plush carpet. He took the ledger from my hands, his fingers brushing mine, and I felt a jolt of that new, dark energy pass between us. "You're right," he murmured, his gaze dropping to my lips. "We don't just break the walls. We erase the history." He raised his hand, and a spark of silver fire danced on his fingertips. But as I watched, the fire didn't stay silver. It turned a deep, bruised violet, then a shimmering, oily black. "The Patriarch's gift," Kade whispered, a dark smile playing on his lips. "Let's see what it can do." He touched the spark to the ledger. The fire didn't burn like normal flame. It didn't crackle or smoke. It consumed. The paper didn't turn to ash. It simply vanished, dissolved into a fine black mist that smelled of old memories and forgotten dreams. The fire spread rapidly, jumping from ledger to ledger, shelf to shelf. Within seconds, the entire room was a vortex of black flame. It was beautiful and terrifying, a silent execution of the past. Kade pulled me back toward the door as the heat began to rise. We stood in the hallway, watching through the glass as centuries of secrets were erased in a matter of minutes. "It's done," I whispered, feeling a strange lightness in my chest, as if a weight I hadn't known I was carrying had finally been lifted. "Not quite," Kade said, his hand sliding down to my waist, pulling me flush against him. "There is one more record we need to deal with." He led me down the hall to the headmaster's private study. The room was cold, the air thick with the scent of expensive tobacco and old malice. On the desk sat a single small box made of white bone. "The master key?" I asked. "Better," Kade said. He opened the box. Inside was a single glowing crystal, the heart of Arkenfall. It was the anchor for all the wards, the source of the power that had kept the Academy hidden and protected for 1,000 years. "If we break this," I said, my voice trembling, "the Academy will be visible to the world. Your father will know exactly where we are." "He already knows," Kade said, his eyes fixed on the crystal. "But if we keep it, he can use it to bypass our defenses. He can walk through the front gates whenever he chooses." He looked at me, his expression unreadable. "Do you trust me, Elara?" "With my life," I said without hesitation. "Then help me," he said. We both reached for the crystal. As our fingers touched the glowing surface, the magic within us surged. The silver and the black, the light and the dark, they merged into a single devastating force. The crystal didn't break, it exploded. A wave of energy blasted outward, a silent roar that shook the very foundations of the mountain. I felt the wards snap, the invisible dome over the Academy shattering like a glass bowl. For a moment, the world was white. When my vision cleared, the crystal was gone. The room was silent. And through the window, I could see the horizon. For the first time in the history of Arkenfall, the mountains didn't look like a prison. They looked like a frontier. "We are exposed," I whispered, leaning my head against Kade's shoulder. "No," Kade said, his arm tightening around me, his voice a low, possessive promise. "We are finally awake." 4. The Shadow in the Master Suite. The Master Suite of Arkenfall was a place of legends. It sat at the very apex of the highest spire, a circular chamber of black marble and floor-to-ceiling glass that looked out over the jagged peaks of the mountain range. For centuries, It had been the seat of the headmaster, the throne room of the council's puppet. Now the doors lay shattered on the floor, and the air inside smelled of cold ash and expensive bitter wine. Kade walked to the center of the room, his boots clicking with a rhythmic, predatory precision against the marble. He didn't look like a student anymore. He didn't even look like the boy who had fought for me in the Sanctum. He looked like a king returning to a palace he had burned to the ground. "He's here?" Kade said, his voice a low vibration that seemed to hum in the very glass of the windows. I stood by the threshold, my hand resting on the cold stone of the doorframe. The black ink on my skin was pulsing, a slow, rhythmic throb that mirrored the heartbeat of the mountain itself. I could feel the darkness Kade's father had planted in me. It was cold, like a sliver of ice lodged in my marrow, and it was reaching for the silver fire Kade had given me. "I know," I whispered, my voice trembling. The shadows in the far corner of the room didn't move, but they seemed to deepen, to become more solid. And then a man stepped out of the gloom. The patriarch of the Valen house didn't wear armor. He didn't carry a weapon. He wore a simple high-collared coat of midnight blue, so dark it was almost black, and a single ring of heavy, unpolished iron on his right hand. His hair was the color of a winter storm, and his eyes, those mercury silver pits, held a cold, terrifying intelligence that made my blood turn to lead. "You've made quite a mess of my school, Kade," the patriarch said. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a weight that seemed to press down on my shoulders, forcing the air from my lungs. Kade didn't flinch. He stood his ground, his silver eyes clashing with his father's in a silent, invisible war of wills. "It was never your school, father. It was a cage, and I've broken the bars." The patriarch smiled, a thin, mirthless line that didn't reach his eyes. He turned his gaze toward me, and I felt a physical jolt of cold pass through my body. "And the little scholarship student?" he murmured, his voice like the sliding of a grave marker. "The vacuum that became a vessel. Tell me, Elara, how does it feel to carry the weight of 1,000 years of Valen blood in your veins? Does it burn? Or does it simply consume?" I stepped forward, my chin lifting, my hands glowing with a mixture of silver and blacklight. "It feels like justice," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "It feels like the end of your reign." The patriarch laughed, a dry, hollow sound that echoed off the marble walls. "Justice? Justice is a word for the weak, child. Power is the only truth in this world. And you are the most powerful thing I have ever created." He walked toward us, the ground freezing beneath his boots, a trail of white frost spreading across the black marble like a spider web. "Kade thinks he saved you," the patriarch said, his eyes never leaving mine. "He thinks he gave you his magic out of love, but he only did what I intended. He tempered the blade, he filled the vessel, and now I am here to claim the prize." 5. The Battle of Wills. The air in the room suddenly turned to ice. Kade moved before I could even blink. He threw himself between me and his father, a wall of silver fire erupting from his skin, a shield of pure, incandescent energy that lit up the master suite like a dying star. "You will not touch her," Kade roared, his voice cracking with a fury that shook the very foundations of the spire. The patriarch didn't even raise a hand. He simply looked at the shield and the silver fire began to flicker. It didn't go out. It turned black. The darkness I felt in my own veins was mirrored in Kade's magic, a corruption that spread like ink in clear water. "You are weak, Kade," the patriarch said, his voice a calm clinical observation. "You fight for a girl. I fight for a legacy. You use your magic to protect. I use mine to rule. There is no contest." He raised his hand, and a wave of pure, unadulterated shadow blasted into the room. It wasn't a physical force, it was a psychological one. I felt a crushing weight of despair, 1,000 years of Valen cruelty and ambition pouring into my mind. I saw the faces of the students who had died in the Sanctum, the families who had been destroyed by the Council, the blood that had been spilled to keep the Valen name at the top of the world. "Stop it!" I screamed, my hands flying to my head, my knees buckling. Kade was struggling, his shield crumbling under the pressure of his father's darkness. He was on one knee, his breath coming in ragged, agonizing gasps, his silver eyes dimming as the black ink crawled up his neck. "Take it, Elara!" Kade choked out, his hand reaching back for me. "The bond? Use the bond! Don't let him win!" I reached for the silver thread, the connection that had been our lifeline since the night of the blood oath. But it was different now. It wasn't just a thread, it was a tether, a heavy obsidian chain that pulled at my soul. I grabbed hold of it with both hands, my mind screaming in protest. I didn't just pull on Kade's magic. I pushed mine into him. I sent the black ink, the darkness the patriarch had given me, back through the bond. "You want power?" I whispered, my voice echoing with a strength that wasn't mine. "Then take it all." The room exploded in a vortex of silver and black light. The patriarch was thrown back, his iron ring glowing with a sickly jaundiced light as he tried to absorb the shock wave. For the first time, I saw a flicker of something like surprise, or perhaps even fear, in his mercury eyes. Kade stood up, his body glowing with a terrifying, unstable radiance. He wasn't just the heir anymore. He was a conduit for everything we had shared. The love, the pain, the rebellion, and the darkness. "Get out!" Kade growled, his voice a physical force that shattered the glass windows of the master suite, sending a rain of shards into the abyss below. "Get out of my school. Get out of my life. Or I will burn the Valen name from the history books myself." The patriarch stood in the center of the ruined room, his coat torn, his face a mask of cold, calculating fury. He looked at Kade, then at me, and then at the black ink on my skin. "You've won the battle, Kade," the patriarch said, his voice a low, dangerous promise. "But you've already lost the war. You've given her the darkness. You've made her the very thing you hate, and one day, she will be the one to destroy you." He stepped back into the shadows, and as the first rays of the sun hit the master suite, he was gone. 6. The aftermath of the storm. The silence that followed was deafening. Kade stood in the center of the room, his chest heaving, his silver eyes slowly returning to their normal mercury gray. The glow around him faded, leaving him looking small and fragile against the backdrop of the ruined spire. I walked toward him, my boots crunching on the glass shards. I reached for him, my hand trembling, and this time, he didn't flinch. He pulled me into his arms, his heart hammering a frantic, broken rhythm against mine. "Is he gone?" I whispered, my face buried in his chest. "For now," Kade said, his voice a ragged rasp. But he was right, Elara. The darkness, it's in us now. It's part of the bond. He pulled back, his hands cupping my face, his thumb tracing the black lines on my skin. I'm sorry. I tried to save you from this. I tried to keep you clean. I don't want to be clean, Kade, I said, my voice gaining a sliver of strength. I want to be with you. I want to be the weapon that breaks his world. If this is the price of our freedom, then I'll pay it. Kade looked at me, and for a moment I saw the boy I had met in the library, the one who was afraid of his own power, the one who just wanted to be seen. But then the mask of the sovereign returned, his jaw setting in a hard, determined line. Then we pay it together, he said. He led me to the edge of the ruined spire, where the glass had been shattered. We looked out over the academy, where the students were still gathered in the courtyard, their faces turned toward the rising sun. They're waiting for us, I said. No, Kade said, his arm tightening around my waist, his voice a low, possessive promise. They're waiting for a new world, and we're the ones who are going to give it to them. He turned me toward him, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that made my breath hitch. But first, he whispered, his voice dropping to a low, intimate register that made my skin tingle. We need to finish what we started. We need to make sure the bond is absolute. We need to make sure that no matter what happens, you are mine and I am yours. He leaned down, his lips brushing mine in a kiss that tasted of smoke, silver fire, and a love so dark it felt like a vow. The master suite is ours now, Elara, he murmured against my lips. And tonight, the new reign begins. 7. The master suite. After dark. The moon over Arkenfall was a sliver of bone hanging low over the jagged peaks that had once been our prison. Inside the master suite, the air was still, heavy with the scent of cold stone, expensive cedar, and the lingering metallic tang of the silver fire we had unleashed. The shattered glass of the windows had been cleared away by the wind, leaving the room open to the night. The curtains, heavy, midnight blue velvet, snapped and billowed in the mountain breeze like the wings of a great dark bird. Kade stood by the edge of the balcony, his back to me. He had stripped off his torn uniform jacket, leaving him in a thin, white linen shirt that was damp with sweat and stained with the soot of the battle. The fabric clung to the broad muscles of his back, tracing the powerful lines of a man who had just torn a kingdom apart with his bare hands. I watched him from the shadows of the massive four-poster bed. The black marble floor was cold beneath my bare feet, but I didn't feel it. I only felt the thrumming of the bond, the dark obsidian tether that was now permanently etched into my soul. Kade, I whispered, my voice a mere breath in the vast, silent room. He didn't turn immediately. He stayed there staring out at the flickering campfires of the students in the courtyard below. They were celebrating their freedom, but up here, in the silence of the spire, the victory felt hollow. It felt like a beginning, not an end. They think we saved them, Elara, Kade said, his voice a low, gravelly vibration that seemed to vibrate in the very marrow of my bones. They think the war is over. He turned then, and the moonlight caught the mercury silver of his eyes. They were dark, hooded with an intensity that made my breath hitch. He walked toward me, his movements slow and predatory, his boots silent on the marble. But you and I, we know better, he murmured, stopping just inches from me. The heat radiating from his body was a physical force, a contrast to the biting mountain air. We know that my father is just waiting. We know that the darkness he put in you, it's hungry. He reached out, his fingers calloused and warm, tracing the line of the black ink on my collarbone. I shivered, a jolt of electricity racing down my spine. "Does it hurt?" he asked, his voice dropping to a low, intimate register. "No," I whispered, leaning into his touch, my eyes fluttering shut. "It feels like power, Kade. It feels like I'm finally awake." He let out a low guttural sound, half growl, half sigh, and pulled me against him. His hands were possessive, sliding down my back to grip my waist, pulling me flush against the hard planes of his chest. "You are the most dangerous thing in this world, Elara Vance." He breathed against my ear, his lips brushing the sensitive skin there. "And you are mine. Do you understand? No matter what my father says, no matter what the high courts decree, you belong to me." Chapter 8. The Vow of Shadows. He led me to the edge of the bed, his eyes never leaving mine. The room was lit only by the moon and the faint dying glow of the silver fire in the hearth. "I want to see it," Kade murmured, his voice thick with a hunger that made my blood run hot. "I want to see what we've become." He reached for the silk ties of my dress, the same obsidian dress he had given me weeks ago, now torn and stained from the Sanctum. With a slow, deliberate motion, he unfastened the silk, letting the fabric pool at my feet. I stood before him in the moonlight, the black ink of the mark tracing intricate, beautiful patterns across my skin. It looked like lace made of shadows, winding around my ribs, over my hips, and down my thighs. Kade's breath hitched. He reached out, his hand trembling slightly as he traced the path of the darkness. "It's beautiful," he whispered, his voice wrecked, "terrifying, and perfect." He sat on the edge of the bed, pulling me between his knees. He looked up at me, his silver eyes searching mine, looking for any sign of regret, any sign of the girl who had once been afraid of him. "I gave you this," he said, his voice a low, pained rasp. "I brought this darkness into your life, Elara. I turned you into a weapon." I reached down, my fingers tangling in his dark hair, pulling his head against my stomach. "You didn't turn me into anything, Kade. You gave me the strength to be who I was always meant to be. You gave me a choice, and I choose you every time in every life." He let out a broken sound and buried his face in my skin, his breath hot and desperate. "Then stay with me, tonight, tomorrow, until the world burns." "I'm not going anywhere," I whispered, my hand sliding down to cup his face, forcing him to look at me. The intensity in his gaze was overwhelming. It was a mixture of love, possessiveness, and a raw, primal need that made my knees weak. He stood up, his hands sliding under my thighs, lifting me as if I weighed nothing. He laid me back against the silk sheets, his body following mine, a heavy, warm weight that anchored me to the world. "The new reign doesn't start with a coronation, Elara," he murmured, his lips hovering just inches from mine. "It starts here, with us, with the bond." He leaned down, his kiss a slow, deep claim that tasted of victory and the dark promise of the future. His hands were everywhere, tracing the lines of the mark, memorizing the curves of my body, claiming every inch of me as his own. The silver fire and the black ink merged between us, a silent, invisible storm that shook the very foundations of the spire. We weren't just two students anymore. We weren't just lovers. We were a single, devastating force, a union of light and dark that the world wasn't prepared for. 9. The morning of the new era. The sun rose over Arkenfall, but it didn't bring the usual sense of peace. The light was cold, illuminating the ruins of the academy and the thousands of students who were now looking to the high spire for guidance. I woke up in Kade's arms. The silk sheets tangled around our legs. He was still asleep, his face peaceful in the early morning light, the mercury silver of his eyes hidden behind his lashes. I looked down at my arm. The mark was still there, but it had changed. The black ink and the silver fire had merged into a single shimmering pattern, a crown of thorns and stars that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. I sat up, pulling the sheet around me, and walked to the balcony. The world looked different from up here. The mountains didn't look like walls anymore. They looked like a challenge. The forest didn't look like a hiding place. It looked like a kingdom. Kade stirred behind me, his hand reaching for the empty space where I had been. He sat up, his hair disheveled, his eyes instantly finding mine. "Elara," he said, his voice thick with sleep and a possessive warmth. "I'm here, Kade," I said, walking back to the bed. He pulled me back into his arms, his chin resting on my shoulder as we both looked out at the horizon. "What happens now?" I asked, my voice a low whisper. "Now," Kade said, his voice gaining a hard, determined edge. "We build. We train. We prepare." He turned me toward him, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that made my heart race. "My father is coming back, Elara. The high courts will send their armies. They will try to take back what we've stolen." He reached for my hand, his fingers interlacing with mine, the silver and black light of our bond shimmering in the morning sun. "But they don't know what we are," Kade whispered, his voice a low, dangerous promise. "They don't know that the vacuum has become the vessel, and the vessel is full of fire." 10. The final cliffhanger. The message. A sharp, metallic clink echoed through the room. Kade went still, his eyes darting to the door. I felt the bond spike, a sudden sharp jolt of alarm that made the hair on my arm stand up. "What is it?" I whispered. Kade stood up, his hand reaching for the silver fire that was always hovering just beneath his skin. He walked to the door, his movements silent and lethal. On the floor, just inside the threshold, sat a small black envelope. It was sealed with a heavy, unpolished iron ring, the same ring his father had worn in the Sanctum. Kade picked it up, his jaw setting in a hard line. He opened the envelope, his eyes scanning the single line of elegant, clinical script inside. "What does it say?" I asked, walking toward him, my heart hammering against my ribs. Kade looked at me, and for a moment I saw a flicker of something like fear in his mercury eyes. He handed me the paper. The message was simple, written in ink that smelled of old parchment and cold ash. "The transition is complete. I am coming for my queen. Prepare the throne." The paper dissolved into black mist in my hands, leaving only the scent of the patriarch's malice in the air. Kade pulled me against him, his arm tightening around my waist with a possessive, desperate strength. He looked out at the horizon, where a fleet of dark, winged shapes was appearing against the rising sun. "Let them come!" Kade growled, his silver eyes bleeding fire. "Let them all come." I looked at the mark on my wrist, the crown of thorns and stars glowing with a terrifying incandescent light. The new reign had begun. But the war was just getting started.